So, it's time for me to make a regrettable decision, as usual. So, this is a very fascinating little deck builder here, and as much as there's a strong temptation for me to hit that continue button, I'm actually going to be starting over. We're just going to wipe all of the progress I've made, and we're going to start fresh, because I gave it a bit of thought. Just gonna lay this out for y'all before I hit this button. One, I've already played up to the highest difficulty, and I don't think it would be worth jumping y'all in straight away on that. But with the amount of levels and such I've put on the creatures I have, there really wouldn't be a point to going lower. And sure, I could have just assembled whole other creatures and bring them up, but I feel like that's still altered progression, and that doesn't give you guys an accurate feel of how the start of this goes when you're starting with nothing and working with nothing. And that's probably the more interesting part of things here. It's gonna be rough, but it should be interesting. He is a dude, he is a me. There we go. Get woke up by our weird bear cuckoo clock. Realize we're forgetting everything, and we're late for everything. Which, boy, that's a mood and a half, being late to everything forever. But it's time for day one of making creatures of our own. I considered whether I was going to read all the dialogue or not. My experience with this dialogue is that it really just isn't that interesting, so we're just kind of... We're not going to fast forward, but we're just going to kind of move this along. Because I could add flavor to this by reading it all, but it's not bad, but it's not anything to write home about either. Like, it's got a couple decent lines here and there, but the main meat of things is going to be once we can actually get out into the field with our creatures. So, we'll worry more about that. I have questions about this line popping up, though. The fact that it's one of their default answers, no, you can't take your fellow corpsmen and build things out of them. There must be some real awful people in the Corps to make that a thing she wants to do so badly. Yeah, that's where we put the creature bits. That's how we build the bits. And now we're left on our own with that idea. And no questions allowed, just figure it out. Yeah. Each body part has features. In this case, claws allow you to have claw-based skills. Basically, all of that is what you want to look out for. We'll take this scaly body. Your body determines what parts you can attach to it. You can see based on the points you see on the little model there. Some of them can be a little hard to tell. Like, for example, this one doesn't actually allow you to place on a tail because it has a tail on it already. But that tail does nothing. Phone, why are you like this? There we go. Phone was just lagging out while I was trying to clear a notification. So we can either have sharp teeth or more rounded teeth and horns. You kind of don't want to have too many tags, because otherwise your deck building is going to get real muddy. I have had some really good success with some super mixed sets, but we're not gonna go too crazy with this one. But I do want to have a hoof on here just in case I want to do something with that. And I try to keep mine kind of varied. You don't want it to be all one thing because that's just boring. Actually, no. You don't need to have a functioning tail. Because the only things I've really seen come out of having a tail is like tail whip, which I don't particularly need on this one. Oh yeah, you get a cutscene the first time, where they demonstrate the process by which you make your little corpse creatures. You know, very typical Frankenstein stuff here. Zap it a bit. Complete with your mandatory yelling live at it. Is, you know, you gotta do that. You've gotta... You gotta yell at it. It's thinking about it. Ta-da! You would think these things would get up and immediately try to rip our face off, considering. But somehow they just are born loyal. What am I gonna call this little monstrosity? I mean, I'll just be honest with you. You are probably a mistake. Because very rarely do these early ones particularly work out. Now this is all going to be very important, but I'm going to kind of skim through it because I already know, and I'll give you the basic rundown. Basically, you've got offensive, defensive, and special, for lack of a better way of terming it. Skill has a few special effects to it, but it's primarily your defensive cards. Powers are interesting because they're usually stat affecting things or passive effects. And personality is what you'd expect them to be. Aggressive, they are all about attacking. Cunning gives you your more skill-based cards. And then stubborn is your slow burn power set. And of course, you can't have a card game without curse cards, or in this case, ailments. Which can ruin a run depending on how they play into what you've got going. This really isn't the set I want you to have, but I'll take Quick Reflex. And I'll take another Quick Reflex. Oh, thank God you finally got an attacking card. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, as you can tell, they're not really big on naming them around here. They don't exactly live frequently. But we get to borrow these two freaks for a little while. 626 and 627. Yeah, they belonged to somebody else, but, you know, they made it back and their creator didn't. It's a thing. Because after all, if you make a mistake, you can very easily end up dead. There'll be other places for us to go, but right now we're not allowed to go anywhere else, so we'll just head right on out to dispatch. Here we assemble our 3 character squad. Yeah, you hang out up there. You go ahead and be in the middle, and then you can be down there. Ordinarily, I keep the main attacker in the middle, but Mistake here really isn't gonna be our main attacker based on the cards he started with. We'll see if he turns it around later. You can have, of course, up to 6 monsters. You just can't bring more than 3 with you. But we'll keep this ball rolling. I had to build a monster, sir. Yeah, you're one of those. It's kind of clever that since he's missing an arm, he basically uses his little monkey companion there as an extra arm. Yeah, this is where we go do jobs. We have our 3 areas here, the forest, the wetlands, the mountains. It's weird that they say standard, but it says routine here. But basically, I understand that routine is standard and standard is routine. Those are the same thing. And this is an important note right here. You can retreat from easy and routine. You cannot retreat on higher difficulties than that. You are in it for the haul the moment you pick anything higher than routine. Yeah, we'll be sent on Baby's first mission here in a moment, which, let me tell you, that still can easily lead to death. Right, no time for questions, gotta go. Yep, your very Slay the Spire style map here. Tells you everything you need to know over here already, so I'm not gonna go over all of that. And yeah, the most important direction, don't die. And he's gone. So yeah. These are kind of important, but I've found that they can be deceitful to a certain degree. Is what their intents and cards can do not match what your cards and colors can do. Like, they can still have green colors. They don't do human modification, Snork. Technically, from a physical standpoint, yes. But they do not seem to be the type to touch on the whole human modification thing. That's for modifying all other things. Yeah. They're fantasy humans. They have higher standards than real humans, usually. Which is a concerning concept. Hello, Snark. How's it going? We're not gonna need a camp too badly quickly, but I'm not confident with our starting set to go after elites, so we'll go up this side. This way, after 2 fights, if we need to, we can go to this campfire. Okay, just some raccoons. That won't be too bad. Yeah, they're all attacking, so go ahead and start with Wall of Flesh and a bit of defense for you. That'll eat all the damage. I would have rather go for the card draw, but we only have 5 impetus. Impetus being our energy, since I skimmed over that. And of course you didn't draw any other defensive cards. Of course you didn't. That's fine. Just crush him. We're not gonna be able to kill any of the other ones straight away. I could fish for card draw, but the problem here is gonna be I don't think he's got very many defensive cards that are gonna cost 1. I feel like they've been a little too busy with trying to keep the monsters at bay to worry about digging too deep into possibilities. But they're not pushed desperately enough to start going into human modification out of desperation either. It's an interesting situation to be in. Yeah, that's not what I was hoping for, but we can hit him with some weaken to make it only 3 instead of 6, so that's fine. Now, an interesting thing is these little token sets down here. They do exactly what they say on the tin. The more attack cards you play, the more attack damage you'll deal. The more block cards you play, the more block you'll gain. It's that simple. There's cards that'll boost these faster, but as a general rule, you're gonna mostly just gain advantage through time. Well, I feel like changing the brain would be complicated, because you'd probably have to have somebody else do that for you, and that's a lot of trust at that point. Because you can't exactly pull your own brain out of your head, and it'd be complicated to fit a second brain in the skull without making rather drastic modifications to your head, which will change your balance and do all kinds of other goofy things. Now, you may notice that these meters on the cards are filling. Cards individually level up. Well, yeah, if it's being done to others, then that's a different situation. You get into ethical concerns in places there, but honestly, if ethics were on the table here, most of what this game's about wouldn't be a thing. So, you know, that's just how that goes. Gotta keep his defense rolling to keep him in this. Let's go for the one that I didn't weaken because I can kill it straight out. And there we go, the defense is no longer pierced. I'm also not too worried about losing these two because these are rented creatures. They don't mean anything. We don't get to keep them, nor do we gain any benefit from them surviving. So I'm going to be prioritizing getting skill ups with Mistake up there, since he is our actual creature. And now and then I'm going to take risks to make that happen as well. But unfortunately, 626 here is still a much better attacker. And there we go, he's become more aggressive, so these cards are added to his pool as potential things to get. Do I want to know what that is, Snork? I almost feel like I know what that is already. Hooray, we didn't die. We did our tutorial battle successfully. They're trying to encourage the retreat button. I never used this button. The entire time I played up to hellish difficulty in like 6 or 7 hours the other day, I never touched the retreat button. I lost creatures, and I probably could have saved them if I had retreated, but that's quitter talk. Besides, if he followed us around, he'd risk dying himself, and he's just not about that. Yeah, see, he might lose his other arm if he follows us. He's also got other suckers to send out to do the work, so why would he go out and do work? Oh, these aren't a great thing to see early on, but we'll make do. Let's see, they're currently attacking him for 8. I'm actually gonna go for a little bit of a nothing turn here. I should have boosted the toughness first. I played those out of order, but it's fine. It would have only been a difference of 2 block, which isn't much of an issue. Until you don't draw any blocking cards. But, you know, it's fine. That's what we have card draw for. Go ahead and hit him with the weaken so he breaks less of that block. His block is carried over from turn to turn in this game, which is an important thing to remember. So it's a completely valid strategy in this game to build a massive wall of block and then sit behind it and win the game. Because that's generally what I've ended up doing. It's just a better idea than trying to play fast and loose with how dangerous everything in this game gets. You go ahead and keep building up your block. You just go ahead and punch him in the face with your non-existent hands. chew on them, just keep on chewing on them. I mean, we didn't set fire to the boats, but we are definitely disregarding the boats. But we are definitely here for glory. I wouldn't say we're getting any gold out of this, but glory is something that's on the table. Exactly. So that one's almost dealt with. Oh, you may be wondering how this hand structure works. It should be fairly self-explanatory, but basically, your top character has their hand here, middle character's hand is here, bottom character's hand is here. You can see them highlighted when you select their cards, so it makes it fairly self-explanatory, but for those not really paying attention, it bears explaining. But all three of them run off the same amount of impetus because they are following your directions. So you are the source of all the impetus. It's overkill to do that. But I do kind of want to put the weekend on him. Yeah, do it that way. Because I didn't want to leave it alive, but I also didn't like the idea of wasting that, because if I had killed the other one with the weekend would have been wasted. And since he's building strength up, we kind of need that weekend to keep him in check a little bit. So we keep drawing the weekend card often enough because everybody's card pools are real small right now that it doesn't much matter. And remember, even though I'm not actively being attacked, it's a good idea to build block up now and then. Especially with poison in play. Because poison can be blocked, and it just kind of sits there and is annoying. And it is the #1 tank killer in this game. It's kind of awful that way. So let's just get out of here before too much is burnt by poison. That's pretty lucky. We got the fore and hind limbs of those Canis immediately. Mistake has become more aggressive, 627 has become more stubborn, and now we can finally start learning skills, because as they gain levels, you get a card draw for them, basically. Also, gotta love how he became more aggressive and immediately didn't learn a single aggressive card. I don't want Berserk because Berserk is a death sentence right now, but otherwise I'd be interested. I'm gonna take Bloody. And we of course use Scratch enough that we can get an upgrade. These upgrades are random from a pool of upgrades that these cards can get. They're not set in stone. Out of these choices, I'm actually gonna take the 1 damage 2 times, because if I raise its attack, it should end up giving me more value later. Yeah, a lot of 626's cards came up, so they got used a bunch. Consume is basically your sacrifice mechanic for cards. It deletes them from your draw pile until the fight ends. So you kind of want to be careful with that a little bit. Especially random consume. Yeah, see, instead you get deal 3 damage instead of deal 1 twice. Which will take that one. And I'll take the 1 bleed. I could start stacking vulnerable, but I have not found vulnerable to be particularly strong. Like, it helps a little bit, but it's not, like, remarkable. And I'm definitely taking punch, even though he's our defender. Getting 1 card back from the discard to hand with the lowest cost could lead to some real good things. We only have 1 that's really hurt much at all, but we're early enough on that I can't afford that kind of damage, so we'll go hit the rest stop. Now, how this works is we actually feed them the meat we've been picking up in order to heal them. And the more you feed them, the less health they get back. See, the more you feed, the less they heal. You get diminishing returns by overfeeding, basically. But he just needs one feeding to be back in fighting shape, so I'm playing it safe, and we'll go fight this elite, and then we'll probably fight one of the two regulars afterwards, unless this elite goes really well. I'm not touching that event. Events are bad news in this game, in my experience. Sometimes you'll get good effects, but 9 times out of 10, they're just bad news. They are anti-luck. Oh, speaking of poison, hi, Cyclopsian Viper. Oh, so good to see you, and by good to see you, I mean no. Absolutely not. Let's just buff up at first since he's not doing much either. Put a little bit of bleed on him. Bleed is not that great in this game, because it doesn't seem to stack higher damage, it just lasts longer the more bleed you stack on them, as opposed to poison, which continues to do more and more damage. It's kind of weird about that. I'm not the biggest fan of that distinction. In part because bleed is a lot easier to get. Poison's kind of a pain. Punch won't help here, so we'll go ahead and go for strike. His returning a low-cost card would not help anything when we have no impetus left. Go ahead and card draw. I'm purposely trying to use these quick reflex cards up a bunch so that they get leveled up, because the leveled versions of quick reflex are really good. Not what I wanted. We'll go ahead and put some weaken on him, but in my experience, these things don't tend to do a lot of serious regular attacking. It's mostly the poison buildup you gotta watch out for. Which is why I'm gonna keep doing AoE block, because everybody's got poison on them. Also, this is the other reason why there's a lot of poison going around, is it poisons the ones that attack it. So realistically, you want to actually be doing like a high damage, minimal amount of attacks to kill this thing, but we don't really have that luxury right now. Now you'll notice it pulled a card from the discard for somebody else. That's how this game works. It's one united discard pile and one united draw pile, but 3 separate hands. It's a little weird. But it's kind of fascinating that way. As long as I continue to be mindful of the poison, though, we should be absolutely fine. We need to start chipping this thing down again, though, because it's going to build up too much block for us to get anywhere here in a minute if we're not careful. So I'm just going to have to accept a bit of poison damage, probably. I just gotta keep an eye on said poison damage so nobody drops dead. Yeah, we don't have any attack cards in the discard right now. So, oh, it's any card, but again, the only card in there is another quick reflex, and we have 2 of them, so there'd be no point in punching, especially with his weakened attack value. Putting more bleed on him is pointless because he already has 5, so he's gonna be lasting a while for that, so it's basically just punch. I'm just nervous about that because Mistake already has a decent amount of poison. Yeah, we're gonna need that campfire again, sharpish, because of all this poison damage, because I'm mismanaging it a little bit. This thing's just really unfortunate to deal with early on because we don't have the damage output to kill it quicker. And we don't have a good block set up to keep blocking all the poison damage the way I would like to. I almost feel like I actually don't want to scratch it here, which is unfortunate, but I think that's exactly what I'm gonna have to do. Is if I scratch a bunch, I sit there and stack more. But then again, it is only 1 poison for you and 2 for you, compared to 2, 5, 7. No, it is more worthwhile to hit him. Because if I don't hit him, it'll be probably 2 turns of poison versus 1 turn of poison. Raise your block up for the moment since you're the one who's taking the most damage. And again, valuing the one who's actually going to stick around. Unfortunately, he did get a ton of block this turn. Which, as you might have gathered, is his whole shtick, is get a bunch of block, do a bunch of poison, and fuck the opponent's day up. And I gambled, and it's gonna go really badly now. Everybody's gonna be at really bad health, because poison is a motherfucker. We're killing him this turn, but oh god. That was an awful elite to have to deal with on the first run out. Oh, I did misplay a little bit there, but poison is still a bitch. I could either gamble on getting an easy to deal with regular fight, which should theoretically work out, or I gamble on the mystery event. As I was just saying, events are bad. Events are almost always bad news. Like, I've gotten negative effects out of 8 out of 10 events I touched. So it's real dodgy. Now, the other side of that coin is the 2 positive random events I got were really good. One would let me clone a card, and one gave me a really nice boost. As it stands, it's still less likely to kill anyone, so I'm going to take the random event even though it's a bad idea. Okay, this might actually be a... Yeah, this is a positive. It's not a great one, because I don't really care for no pain, no gain particularly, because it gives you a bunch of these take damage cards. But it's better than it could have been. That could have been a disastrous result. A big part of our current problem, though, is going to be the fact that we now didn't gain more meat either, so we're not going to be able to fully heal. He's the one who's built to be blocking, so I'm gonna have him eat more, and of course the usual value goes to the one who's gonna stay on the team. Now, what boss did we get? Oh, good. More poison. Joy. Joy. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Don't be surprised if at least one creature dies here, because I very rarely have come out of this fight intact. Oh no, I hate poison. I love having it, but I don't like dealing with it, especially in this game, because it is a motherfucker in this game. Also, take note of the over 100 block that the Hyper Queen starts with. Yeah. Going straight into this fight was not a good idea. It is entirely doable because I've done it before, but it is a really sketchy idea on the whole. I'm gonna do that to fish the scratch back and hit it again. Weaken it. Put up your guard. Okay. Now the good news is we can kind of condense all the poison on 627 here. Problem is he's gonna get hit with fear and his card costs are gonna go up. And eventually his cards are gonna become basically unplayable. Like, right now, the only way he's gonna be able to put up any block would be spending our entire hand. But I'm just gonna take the poison damage here. Or not. We actually did still draw something I could use. Yeah, there's still gonna be block left over from that. Go ahead and use Bloody because this'll... Well, when we eventually get through all of this block, it'll pay off. Problem is, you'll notice it's building strength up rapidly. And with all that defense, it's kind of hard to keep it from doing that. Thankfully, it only attacks every other turn, basically, so we can kind of wail on it whenever we have that interim moment. I thought I had a scratch in the discard. I should have checked. Yeah, this is how this usually ends. We're probably... Yep, we're losing 6-2-7, almost certainly. Because I can't fish too much harder or we're not gonna be able to do anything. And we still didn't get it even with the last bit of fishing we could do. That's the risk of only having one defender, really, is if they just don't draw any of their defensive cards, they are basically done for. I'm just gonna stock up on block while it's not attacking to buy him a little bit of time. Yep, and that time is already gone. That's what I was afraid of, because no defense cards over on this side, even though his, like, entire deck is defense cards, mostly. Just none of them show up because of everybody else's cards. We might actually lose this fight, which would be a very embarrassing start. But we've just been having a really bad start here. Yep, 6-2-7 is dead. And we literally drew the worst hand possible, and this is why I don't like paying no gain, because it literally will flood your deck with garbage, which is why I don't take random events. Because this is now just a dead turn. There's nothing I can do with that. Oh, this is so bad. Weaken it down so he lives. We're almost through its block. Like, the strength we're gaining is gonna be the only thing that's gonna give us a chance here. Like, we're gonna basically walk out of here with Mistake and no one else. But we did win. That was such a bad start. I don't know what the dialogue is gonna be for not bringing any of them back. Last time I at least brought one of them back. I don't really like Ride By because invariably I lose cards I want off the top of the draw pile. So we'll take Ambush. I could just not take anything, but on the bright side, we got a lot of upgrades. I want at least one of them to have Instinct because that'll mean we start with it, guaranteed. I don't want to make it cost more to draw 4, so we'll just take the draw 3. Make this have better value by giving me 2 cards. Sure, why not? More card draw. Give me all of the card draw. And now all of our extra pounds of flesh turn into money. We get to keep all of the parts we found. And that's that. We didn't die. Yeah, bear in mind what he's saying here. Most of the people they send out don't come back. And we get some extra spending money and get told to take They skipped the dialogue entirely. They didn't even have a different dialogue. They just popped up the preserve and didn't say anything. Ordinarily, there would have been a dialogue telling you to take the remaining creatures to the preserve of the rented creatures, but they just show you the picture and don't say shit. Here's where you would put them if they lived. Hi, I'm here to deliver my nothing. And yeah, they retire things after they age enough or just like get injured too badly. They become workhorses basically. So yeah, we lived. We sure fucking lived through that. Now we can go to the chop shop, which is where we buy new parts. The academy teaches you new cards. And you can get rid of cards over the fugue, which is great. It can actually be very important to get rid of cards. We actually have good money, so I'm gonna go there straight away, actually. Because we're getting rid of pain, no gain. And this guy's a bit of a weirdo. Just gonna warn you now. But he's got a sick bird. He just is kind of strange. He's a little too into his job. Yeah, that's a word for what you do, yeah. I don't know how making them forget removes ailments, but it can remove ailments. There we go. Get rid of that. We're gonna just keep the regular pain card because having one there isn't bad. And it removes health if you actually remove ailment. So we're not doing that. We'll accept the fact that he's gonna take 1 damage occasionally. Now, the chop shop. What do they got for me today? Hopefully good parts. Does the parts themselves only matter in what they allow you to have card-wise? As far as I know, there's not like any information saying that they have statistic differences or anything, and I've not noticed like health differences or anything. Ooh, we could actually get somebody that has poison straight away. I didn't see a part that had poison for so long when I was playing before. We'll take that. That is, of course, if I even have limbs I can attach to it, because some of them need different sizes. I like the look of this. I like those double-jointed legs. They're interesting. Let's get us a new creature built here. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. You need small front legs. And I don't think even the chop shop had any. Nope, they only had small hind legs, so that Lurgon body is actually completely useless to us at the moment. That's a shame. We'll take this body. Give it this head. You can have one of those legs, and one of those. And back here, you can have one of these and one of those. There you go. I could just hit the random button as well, but bring that one back from the other set. Let's see. Since we've got a decent amount of card draw and green cards on Mistake, I'm going to turn this one into my attacker then. Or the universe is going to decide, fuck you, and not give me anything I want. We'll take Unyielding because it can be a good backup option. I'm trying to focus on giving him aggressive cards so he'd actually go in the right direction nature-wise. The game's not having any of it, though. It's insisting on balance. So right now we're not really going to be able to, like, dedicate to any particular idea anyway. Because we just don't have anything particularly great to work with. Yeah, that feels right. I'll call you Durgoth. Why are you... Game, why are you like this today? We'll take the scratch because that won't interfere with him doing his job. There we go. Yep. Okay, fine. We'll take the tail whip because the tail whip can get, I think, weaken attached to it. It's either weaken or vulnerable attached to it, so they can be a bit of a debuffer as well. Yeah, that's an unfortunate bit of accuracy there, but I can dream. I can always dream. Based on these card sets that they're getting right now, though, don't get attached to any of these. Just gonna say that right now. Don't get attached to these kids. I don't know if they're long for this world. But we'll see if we can make something of them with the Academy before we go out. And yeah, this is why I was trying to lean them in a specific direction, because their natures are adjusted by what they do the most of and what they have the most of. We don't have anybody with a hand, so we can't make use of backhand. We can get tail drum, which is good, though. It's big threat and a good amount of counter and some block. The only problem is tail drum starts out a bit expensive. Flail is also not bad, so since you can apply vulnerable to everything. But you want both of these at the very least, because you don't even have a default defend yet. And you might think, why would you want default defend? Apply 10 block instead of gain. I can put that 10 block on anybody. It can be very handy. Hit and run might actually be good. It starts off costing a bit, but it drops its cost until it deletes itself. But I don't think I'm gonna worry about that. Let's try restocking. Okay, there's Shall Not Pass. There's what used to be a death card. Rabbit used to consume the entire hand when it showed up, which led to disaster consistently. We do want Full of Fury. And we will take Shall Not Pass. We're really mostly stacking up our defender here, which is fine. It's really a pity that you need horns for charging up, because none of my attackers have horns, but it's fine. I'm not gonna worry about anti-venom. It's kind of expensive and we can probably pick it up on our own. Yeah, I think this is good enough. Because I mostly just wanted cards for the two that didn't have a chance to level and gain their own cards yet. Give them a leg up. Okay, so we did one in the forest. I'm gonna go over to the mountains because there are things that I want over here. And different music. I don't care for this layout. I feel like I kind of have to go this way. If this first fight goes absolutely pear-shaped, we can heal. Then we're stuck fighting two elites, though. Alternatively, we go over to this elite, heal, fight a regular fight, and elite. Oh god, there's so many elites on this path no matter which way I go. Jesus. And this is an easy route. You know what? This might backfire, but I'm going this way, actually. Is we get some time for the two newbies to level up before we fight an elite fight. And then we either take an event or a regular fight on the way out. but they need time to level. Okay, a bunch of little guys. They're actually kind of mean, is as you notice, they're all doing 2 attacks of 3 damage each straight out the gate. The advantage of fighting these is they have low health. You're the only one who's not being attacked, so unyielding doesn't really help. You are gonna go ahead and block so you don't get shredded. Real pity to draw that now, but okay. And this one's only good on the turn it's used, so I'm not gonna use that right now either. In case people are wondering, why isn't he using that card that looks like a buff? It's because it is a buff, but it's not a helpful one. May as well stock up the block because this was just the worst order to draw all this in. Because as usual, the second you start streaming a game, your RNG goes to hell in a handbasket. This is a good turn to Shall Not Pass because they're not attacking, so we can get that block up. I was debating Tail Drum, but I want the higher block. But now they'll all focus attacking Durgoth. They did all buff themselves up, which makes it a little spooky. But we should, if we manage to draw anything useful, be able to take at least one of them this turn. Yep, Tail Whip, Bite, and now the block I put up will take all of that damage just fine. Problem is they are setting him up with a bunch of nastiness. In this case, they actually consumed all the bleed on him though, so it was fine. Alright, Snork, rest well. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, because that one's gonna die to the counter. So put up our block. Alternatively... Actually, wait. How is that gonna... Oh, right, because... It'll take 15 and then it halves the counter. I forgot it doesn't eat all of the counter. So that would work, yeah. In fact, we'll just tank up for that then, so he doesn't take much damage. Let that one destroy itself. That one will injure itself, and then we move on. God damn. Just the worst card draws in the world right now. There we go. Oh, we got the tail. Okay. Durgoth has become more cunning, which is what I want him to have. Because now, like I was saying before, he has these in his level up pool. We don't want him to take Wimp. Wimp's the only one we're never going to want him to have. The rest of these are useful. We want him to have Unyielding because more block generation and card draw all in one is always a wonderful thing. Okay, just 2 Rude Owls. That's not gonna be too bad compared to the trio from the last round. They're not attacking, so go ahead and strengthen. I could have Wall of Fleshed, but I'm kind of banking on something good happening. Which is a bad idea, because every time I've banked on something good happening, it hasn't happened. Oh look, there's his other threaten card. This could be bad. Oh no, there we go. So you absorb all of that and lash out. I'm kind of glad I put the Tail Whip on him now, because it's actually been working out. Because for some reason RNG loves drawing the Tail Whip. That's the thing about flying enemies, by the way, is as soon as they take unblocked damage, they lose that turn that they took that unblocked damage on. They immediately get slapped to the ground. Speaking of, in order to prevent him from getting a buff, let's go ahead and knock him down too. Let's kill this one, since we can. Get your block up again. Now you'll notice bleed is unblockable damage, which is the one advantage bleed has over poison, pretty much. That's why he's still taking damage. We're not gonna be able to break that block. But he also can't break our block, so it's kind of fine. Yeah, because unless we pulled like 2 scratches or something out of that, we weren't breaking that block. Nope, no scratch to finish him off. So he gets to live just long enough to be slashed. I could have spent the times playing the other cards, and usually I would, but brain just went, no, this thing needs to die. Quick attack is great, I want that. Because not only does it remove itself, it gives a card back, and it does a little bit of damage. It could do more, but later on it'll be very good. Okay. Just cleansing the pile of notifications that popped up again. A Strix. Okay, this shouldn't be too awful. It's not gonna be great, but it won't be too awful. Okay. Go ahead and tail drum up. I could have attacked it, but I'd rather tail drum up at the moment. Yeah, because he's gonna start flying. Hit him, hit him. Oh, that's only gonna do 1 damage each, so we only put him into no block, not stun, like I had hoped. Come on, another scratch. Damn it. Well, we're not gonna be able to stun lock him, but that's fine. He won't do any damage. And now we're gonna knock him out of the air so he doesn't get a buff. Keep putting more vulnerable on him. This was honestly like the ideal role for this fight we could have gotten. Because now he basically is going to take himself out. So we can kind of just like burn cards. Because that's why I like Tail Drum, is you can build up a ton of counter damage and whatever attacks your tank just explodes. Go ahead and put vulnerable on your scratch. Now, how's this fight gonna play out? Ooh. I have no positive memories of these goats. Tail drum. Scratch. Punch. Yep. You'll notice they're not attacking yet, but I'm gonna keep on stacking that block on my threatener. Yeah, because they lash out pretty hard when they do attack. Keep raising that block up. Tail drum again. I'm playing that just to play it. I'm glad he keeps getting Shall Not Pass up, because I do want to level that, so I'm very happy to keep seeing that popping. Couldn't bite him to put the bleed on him. And I do want to get bite leveled up as well. This is actually going to be a great fight for leveling my defensive moves, so that is the positive to this situation. Because I think right now we're ahead of the curve enough that it'll hold for the most part just fine. Because I would almost say upgrading your cards is more important than leveling. They kind of go hand in hand, but in some ways, the actual card upgrades are stronger. But that, of course, is dependent on whether you actually have a good set of cards to begin with. If your card set's terrible, then making the cards better isn't really going to change too much. Keep adding counters so I can keep their block down. You may notice that this is a much more defensive playstyle than I usually do in anything. You kind of don't have a ton of choice. You need to have at least somewhat of a defense going, or everyone just dies like you saw in that first round. Or overwhelming power, and let me tell you, we ain't got overwhelming power right now. Oh, we're gonna be one short of leveling Tail Drum. Sad. Because I played things in the wrong order. But it's fine. Monster takes itself out, we get the meat, and we get to level some of our cards and get some more cards. You are kind of playing the support side role, so actually I will have you take defend so you can give block if it's needed. I don't really want it to do 2 more damage. It being Consume is fine. Because there's other cards later that'll work with Consume. I don't want that costing you more. I guess, yeah, Retain is fine. There's actually something really funny we can do with Tailspring, so I'll take that. Even though he's not an attacker. What we could do is Tailspring, which charge just boosts the damage of a card basically by the amount of charge. So we can go Tailspring, Tail Whip, and just whip out a 13 to all at need if they happen to both be in the same place at the same time. I don't want that because you lose a turn with the creature that uses that card. And that's just a terrible idea. Sure, it costs 1 less, but no, fuck that. I'm not slapping myself in the forehead just it cost 1 less. That's just silly. We're good enough that we can go fight one more time instead of gambling on an event. Another Strix, okay. That's fine. You go ahead and get your defense up. Finish leveling your Tail Whip, even though it's only 1 target. Yes, yes. Fuck you. And fuck you. That's how Strix fights usually go. It screeches, jumps in the air, and then gets slapped down to the ground. Now, the fun thing about Charge, by the way, read the last part of that. Clears on next attack. You don't have to spend this until you attack. You can just kind of hang on to that. You can just bank Charge for the future. So say I don't scratch this turn, and I wait long enough to get his... Oh no, Tail Whip's Consume, never mind. I was gonna say, if I wait and let Tailspring come up again, he could then charge more, but that's a Consume card, so that wouldn't work. Go ahead and Tail Drum up. Get a good chunk of that chicken. Yeah. I mean, it's the same amount of damage as he would deal later by using up the charge, so there's no point in hanging on to the charge. It would just be a for comedic effect with something later. Hope you're ready to be counter-killed there, sucker, because you are going to regret your life choices. Wham! Wow. You don't want to know how many runs I had to do to get wings before. But first run of the mountains today, we get wings. I don't know if I love it here or I hate it here. Apparently that's where all my RNG from earlier in the run went. I don't need to make it cost more to get card draw. We'll make it just do more damage. With the way we're using it, rather than one more threaten, I'll take 5 more counter. Because he is like super counter machine right now, and I'm very pleased to see that. Nom nom nom. Let's see how this goes. What do we got? Okay. This one can be a bit spooky, but we might be okay here. I think it attacks immediately after this turn, so we'll do that. Yeah, it was a light attack, though. I could have gotten away with the other one, and so he would have taken the counter damage. I'm not gonna mess around as much in this fight. You know, it's a boss fight. You shouldn't mess around with boss fights. Unless you're supremely confident. Oh yeah, the tail spring puts exhausted in, doesn't it? Yeah, that's fine. The unfortunate thing is we did lose 1 energy for the turn, but that's okay. Oh. Hey there, Juice, how's it going? Let's keep the threaten rolling and just get his block up. Yeah, I think that's fine. So far, so good. We're up to our second boss fight, and it went a lot better than the first run did, so I would say it's going well. Just keep stacking that block up so that they can't break through him. The good news about the exhausted card is it's unplayable and retains, so it can't come back up again and lose us in energy. It just kind of sits there. Keep chipping their block down. Cycle those. He's gonna swing out, so we'll go ahead and tail drum up so he loses all of his block. Or who am I kidding? Yeah, just take the block off and make him take damage. I've got the time to spare to bulk up a little bit, so we'll do so. Put the bleed in there. Yep. That's what makes the Burgoon kind of spooky. Notice how it has 9 charge suddenly. Because when it puts Cycle on us, it gains charge for every card it's forcing us to discard by putting Cycle on. So it basically forces a milling situation that makes you shoot yourself in the foot. The good news is we should have enough block to just make him eat his own attack right back in his face. So I'm gonna purposely play those around that way to get them all leveled. Yeah, and he's still not attacking, which is kind of concerning. That means he's building up for a big, big one. And I'm not the biggest fan of that idea. But I don't think they'll get through 74. Yeah, they're only doing 22. So we're fine. I kind of overblocked there because I was concerned about what its plan was. Oh, thing to note about vulnerable, by the way, take note of the fact that it reduces on hit rather than on turn like most of these games usually run that. Hey ABC, how's it going? I have no energy left, so we won't be able to play that. He's gonna sit there and generate a bunch of power again, which is fine. It's the same amount of damage and we have no energy left after this, so go ahead and hit him with that just to get that some levels. Keep stacking up the block. This thing will die eventually. Yeah, you don't have any way of knowing which boss you're gonna get, is kind of the constant gamble here. This was just a very lucky one to get for us, since it's a slow burn fight, which kind of plays into our current setup. There we go. This way we get some good card leveling. Yes, this is what I want. I want them to be 0 cost, consume, draw 3s. Or draw 4s. I'm also fine with them giving me 4 cards. No, I don't want it to cost more, so we'll take the retain. You can retrain, but I tend not to bother. No, I don't want any of those for you. Auto-cannibalism is a useful idea, because I can get rid of cards out of his deck that way. And the thing is, it's a card from my hand as a whole, I believe, so I could actually use that to eat some of the less useful cards of other characters' hands as well. So actually, yes, we'll take that. That should help clean up some of the messier cards we got around. I gotta be careful, though, not to consume too many cards, or we're not gonna have any cards left to use in a fight. Don't think I need any of these parts. Actually, a Bihawk body would be good because we have wings now. I could have gone for the Wise Blue instead, because I think that can fit wings based on the body shape there. I'm not actually going to build anything different right now because we don't need anything else. I'm just checking if we actually could. Yeah, we do have enough parts to make a functional flyer. Something like that. The head does not match the body or anything, but that's fine. But yeah, we're not going to worry about making another creature right now because we don't have space in the team. Big Brain would be really useful to have, it's just a little expensive. And I didn't know you could get that normally, I only got that through a random event. So that's good to know. Another copy of Shall Not Pass would be nice, but it's a little too soon to be worrying about getting an extra copy of that because we're not going to have the impetus to be able to use it. I think we're actually not really gonna buy anything here. Big Brain would be the only thing I would buy, and I don't have enough energy to spend on that. I don't really have anything to remove, so I think we're just going right back out. They've gotten a little bit stronger, so... off to the wetlands. Or not. I'm kind of looking for another easy mission here, game. Another easy mission. Because we are not ready for routine safely yet. I want to get them at least a couple more levels. Probably this would probably be the last easy, I would say, and then we can do a routine after this. I'm playing it a little bit safe, and I acknowledge that. But that's because of the experience I had playing this previously, where I was having creatures getting exploded left and right. This is not the time to have auto-cannibalism in my hand. The good news is these are all actually kind of fragile, so slap, smack. So at least we got rid of one of them straight away, and almost two of them. If I had one more one-cost attack... Ah, good, you're back up on a 3-stream streak there, ABC. Good for you. Nope, didn't pull a scratch. We're gonna lose a little bit of health here, but it'll be okay. Well, I think you've been, like, missing one here and there, and that's why you don't end up getting any higher. It's based on being there consistently each time. And yeah, absolutely. If you've got odd shit to do, don't worry about being here. Life comes first. Dang it. Come on. Dang it. Oh well. I was hoping to just get like one attacking move to get rid of the other one. No such luck. Get some more parts. Just keep right on rolling. Potato snakes. Yeah, go ahead and consume that. I was seeing how things landed from the auto-cannibalism before I made a decision. And it did not land the way I'd hoped. But it's fine. Because the concern with these potato snakes is, as you might imagine, they poison. So we don't want to leave them around for too long if we can help it. Just keep cycling more cards through. Okay, scratch him out. Okay, there we go. As you can see, as soon as you get a couple levels and you start getting some stronger cards and things, fights start to fly along a little bit better. If you had a way of gaining strength, gore would actually be good, but it's a little too expensive. Just go ahead and take another defend. I don't want you gaining Threaten. If this had Meek, I would consider it, but Threaten, no. There is a logic to having Threaten on one of your other creatures in order to pull threat off of the tanking creature, but he's not the one I want that on. I don't know if the two remaining options there. I would rather have the other one get at the threat on him since he has more defensive cards. Yeah, go ahead and take the consume. It'll be okay. There we go, raise the damage on it, that's what I wanted. Take another scratch because we can just filter those through. It's unfortunate. I should have just waited on that one, but at least the strike has retained, so that's okay. In fact, Ow, right in the kisser. Get rid of him. Scratch this one into being unrecognizable. And we killed. Easy. It get dinged up a little bit, but it'll be okay. I don't really want any of those for you. We could campfire to fix up Sithris, but not really that worried about it. That's an entire wall of elites up there. Okay, game, I see you. I see what you're doing here. Oh, Lurgon. Okay. That's the thing we bought the body of. That's a sentence. Anyway. Go ahead and pull aggro. It's easy to get into kind of a flow state where you don't realize somebody's taking damage because you're not focusing on that. This fight's over, though. We'll do this just to get more points for auto-cannibalism. More points for that. More points for this. Okay. Now he dies to the counter. That's fine. It'll cost 1, but it'll draw 4, and it'll remove itself. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. I said this one. Apparently I clicked right next to it, which zooms the map out. I regret my life choices. Or do I? That'll take care of some of our problems. I was hoping for Tail Whip. If I'd gotten Tail Whip, we would have just mopped the floor with a lot of them pretty much straight away. That said, if we punch out this one, that puts more of the damage onto the big one, and less damage on Durgoth, so that all works out perfectly. And we win. Pow! If they live for any amount of time, they can be really dangerous because, as usual, they stack up a ton of poison and ruin your day. No, his toughness really only helps if you're actually using block cards, and you aren't supposed to really be focusing on block that much. And as you might have gathered, and I didn't really focus on it before, but the more you spend your meat feeding, the less money you make, because the meat you bring back is how much money you make. I had a feeling after the elite right there was spiders. This is the real deal as far as spider fights go. This is gonna be an issue. I've lost many a tank to the Spider Queen. Go ahead and unyielding. Now, that might not make much sense what I just did there, but the idea is by reducing the spiderlings, I reduce the amount of poison coming in. He'll take more immediate damage, but he'll have less poison for me to worry about later. Or, you know, he's just not going to draw any block cards, and I'm going to be sad. Game. Why are you like this? Oh yeah, he's straight up just not gonna draw any block cards at all. Okay. That's just his life now, apparently. Thankfully, we can remove the attack for this turn, just the bleed, that's going to be an issue. And that's why I was upset about not getting any block that turn. Is because now he got stunned, and if they're stunned, none of the cards that are drawn for them are usable. And the game decided, hey, you know what would be great? Getting nothing but cards for the one that's stunned. And this happens almost every time. Every single time I've had a creature get stunned, they draw their entire hand and sit there. Now he's in a terrible position. Mistake, where's your cards? Why have there not been any cards for you? Where did your deck go? Did you eat it? God damn it. Yeah, we've literally drawn no cards for him. The fuck is happening here? I hate this situation. This situation is awful. It's a bad idea to put Threaten on him right now, but I need to get that block in order to keep the poison from killing him. And he's stunned again and going to die. This is what happens every fucking time. I had no leverage out of that situation, and for some reason, your cards just don't exist. Where are your cards? Why are they all gone? Oh, now we drew a card for you. Now that it's too late. This was literally the most ass draw I could have gotten. What the fuck was that? We might actually be in trouble because the game literally decided you're not allowed to have any of the cards you need. Is the Spider Queen could easily just go down the line and stun, poison, and kill both of them at this point. Which, fun fact, the Spider Queen was the first boss I fought when I played before. That was my tutorial boss. Which is why I have such a thing against the Spider Queen. See if we can just kind of push her health bar down a bit before we start getting too much poison stacked up on anybody. I should have put the vulnerable on her first, but I'm just kind of zooming along before I think too hard about any of this and choose the wrong moves. Yeah, now the fear starts stacking up and keeping them from playing as many cards. Yeah, she's taking a turn to do a thing, so we'll just hit her. And it's doing it again. It's literally giving me the wrong end of my card set the second somebody's stunned again. This is the worst. Die, you horrible abomination. I say with the actual abominations in tow, that thing is still the abomination here. Every time I bring a defender there, they die. And you could say, well, you could have avoided putting Threaten on Durgon and he probably would have Durgoth and he would have lived. Here's the problem. If I hadn't done that, he was dead in 2 turns from the poison. It was a damned if you do, damned if you don't. So now I need to build another creature, which is fine. Probably won't use the wings because wings and being defensive don't really seem like 2 things that really go well together. Unless I convert one of the other 2 to be defensive, and that's not really a good idea in this situation. Yeah, the strikes are expensive, so I kind of want to actually switch those to be zeros. I don't want the quick attack to be alpha, because you have to use an alpha card before you use anything else in that particular creature's hand. I don't really care about doing 2 bleed either, but it's fine. We do have the potential to get a poison creature to be our defensive one, though. And poison defense is actually really good, as you might imagine it to be. Let's see. No, that's wings as well. I don't think I've got the right legs for this still. Oh no, I have these legs. So we have whatever this thing is. You know what? No, I'm just gonna name you how I feel about making this. I feel regret creating this thing. But, well, you know what? Here he is. And anything that meets him is gonna regret running into him too, considering he is just gonna be a poisonous little bastard. That is, of course, if we get any of the right cards. We could have gotten the other snake head, but honestly, this is all expensive enough that I don't really want any of it that badly. We're a little bit on the poor side, and we've got some retraining we need to do. Not that this is that great a card set for that idea. Oh yeah, we no longer have anybody with the more rounded teeth, so we can't use any of those cards anymore. Which is kind of fine, honestly. Most of those weren't really helping me that much anyway. It's tempting to take the other cheek, but no. The retaliation might turn into something good, but right now I don't want it. Open-minded is really fun. You just straight up get a random card. Overrun's a good play if you can sit there and hang on to it, but I don't think we really have that option. Clamp down could be good, but we're not really going into bleed as much. I'm gonna give him open mind for funsies. I don't know why none of these cards showed up. Like, obviously, these all were consumed. This wasn't consumed in that reality. So, like, there wasn't that many mistakes cards in the pool, but you'd think that defend would have come up somewhere in there? It's kind of wacky. I'm not sure I agree with how that played out, but I also, you know, lost a creature there, so of course I wouldn't be happy with how that played out. This does also kind of make it complicated for us to go off on a routine job. But I might do it anyway, just to move things along, and if things go bad, things go bad. I don't want to sit here and grind too long. And while routine is more dangerous, well, that's a bad thing to see straight off the top. Game's being a dick today. The game's really being a dick today. I should have known better than to trust the video game. 3 out of 4 of them are already attacking him anyway. So we'll go ahead and do that. I debated the toughen, but I need to keep making moves. There we go. He'll die to the bleed. And no, there's no reason for me to be attacking them in any particular order. I just focus one down and move on, usually. They don't have much in the way of taunt or anything like that to worry about. There are some enemies that will have taunt, but these don't. Bad time to draw that, but it's okay. Because I would have wanted to draw that sooner. You go ahead and unyielding, then you'll eat that damage just fine on the block you have. And this will be okay. Two out of 3 stuns, huh? Yikes. On the bright side, they're stunned too. So it could easily be worse. I'll reboot my phone right quick because it's acting weird. There's our free card. We can actually apply a little bit more bleed, so this works. Yeah, basically how fat works is any consume cards target fat by default instead of any other card. It's kind of handy. There we go, down to 2 saber deer. I didn't really want Regret to get jumped in like this, but well, he's living up to his name in some ways, I guess. Except he's the one regretting. Ooh, I've never seen this one. Deal 1 extra damage for each card discarded this turn. That's not bad. No, there's not really much point in wall fleshing right now. He's got enough block to handle. Ooh, okay. Gain 1 charge every turn. Well, first off, kill him with Scratch. Hit him with Hit and Run. I will always play ambush at the wrong time. Y'all just may as well get used to seeing that. Oh wow, we got the head and the tail right off the top. One of the last creatures I made in my other set was actually using that head. It did pretty good effect. Because it's got horns, but it also has sharp teeth instead of rounded teeth. I could try to turn this strike into another consume strike. Well, even having it be a full price strike is fine. There we go, that's what I wanted. Now it'll give him an extra free quick attack every time he uses that card, so it actually guarantees gaining block instead of having additional cost required before block becomes a thing on it. Just punch you in the face straight off the top. So now he dies. We can block the damage that's going on him. Alright, ABC, you have a good one. Take that one out, he'll die to bleed. Unyielding will protect him, and we're good. These aggressive little bladers are an issue across the board, though. Nope, that gambit didn't pay off. I should have went for the toughen. Oh well. One of these days I'll realize that those gambles rarely ever pay off. Just use up some cards and then kill. The downside to generating cards is those don't gain experience, so technically you're just costing yourself experience on all your other cards. But card efficiency is kind of important as well. So you kind of got an interesting double-edged sword there. I almost want a second Full of Fury out of an interest in being able to generate those quick attacks, but for the whole time that it's not there yet, it will be inconvenient. Yes. That is a card that will still come up, but it does nothing other than passively give him 3 more max health, which is nice to have. Unfortunately, since it's a passive benefit, it can't be played, therefore it can't level. So it's kind of a dead card in that regard. Phone's losing its mind after it rebooted. There we go. What's this event gonna do to me? Oh good, rocks fall, everybody dies. Oh. And I lost ambush. Well, that's kind of a shame. I wasn't really fully utilizing it, so losing that's not the worst thing that could have happened. Look at all those 0 cards to hit him with. Dunk on his ass. Just keep rolling the hand. This is what we like best. Now we have to think about the future, though, so we'll flip sides here. Boost up our tank a little. If you're wondering, I'm just calculating right quick. Okay, yeah, we can break his block. Get down. It immediately neutralizes his turn. Okay, good. That unyielding is about to level. Go ahead and do that. Look how often Beefy shows up. He just wishes to be beef. We are not gonna be able to knock him out of the air this time. Like, there's just no way that's happening. Gain 2 strength. Pull that. Yeah, I would have needed to get like a 0 cost heavy hit from Sithrith. But it's okay. We put him down to 0 a block now so we can knock him down at any time. And we choose... I don't like what you're about to do. Knock it off. Because that can actually be a really handy strategy against flyers, is knock their guard down and then just wait for the moment they do something that you really don't like and just smack them out of the air. Oh, by the way, take note of the amount of bubbles on each of these. That's how many times they can level. Like, Bloody only actually can level once. I believe it's also pertaining to the borders around them. I believe that's all indicative of the same thing. But I'm not certain about that because I wasn't paying that close attention to the borders consistently. It's unfortunate that he doesn't have any bleed on him. Exsanguinate would be great. Also, that portrait with Insanguinate is a thing. Now, you did lose Threaten, but he has enough block to take that, so it's absolutely fine. Yes. Because now that he had some bleed on him, it did a little bit more. So apparently that health loss didn't... Yep, there went Rabbit eating a random card. Fun fact, Open-Minded was actually how I first encountered the original version of Rabbit, which ate an entire hand. My own shenanigans basically brought me down at least one time. Which really shouldn't shock anybody here. My own shenanigans are my undoing very frequently. As you can see, we are starting to get flooded a little bit with shenanigan cards. There goes Rabbit again. But look at the strength he's building because of it. Like, it's actually useful in that regard. It just always was super dangerous to use. There we go. Like, I would argue they nerfed it a little too much in terms of how dangerous it was, considering it now does so much benefit for not being super bad to use. But I'm not really sure what else they could do with it. Yes. Ooh, actually, I can make it cost nothing, or it gives me 2 quick attacks. I'd rather the 2 quick attacks because it'll be basically 2 card draw and attack. Oh, never mind, Beefy does upgrade. Oh! I didn't get this to upgrade before, but I understand how they upgrade then. Every time you draw them, they level. Okay. Because the last time I had one of these, it was in a large enough deck that I rarely saw it get drawn, so I never noticed that it was gaining experience. I'd rather have the 1 toughness at the start of every combat, because that buffs all of his defense cards universally, basically. Also, you may notice from time to time a really loud card noise when I'm cycling back and forth on those. For some reason, every now and then, the audio for the game freaks out and plays that sound like 2 or 3 times. Because I think I'm just like catching the very edge of the card, so it shuffles it back and forth a bunch. And it only seems to happen on the upgrade screen for the most part. Because like obviously as I try to replicate it here, nothing happens. We could get ambushed back. Sure. More protein! If this didn't cost so much, I would be a lot more interested in using it. Because at this point we have a lot of consume. You know what, I'll take it. You gotta try things out, you know? We're just doing this again, huh? Okay. This is fine. He didn't learn his lesson the first time. More protein! Play like 6 consume cards and just get all the card draw in the world next turn. Hello, half of my deck. May as well just pull up the other half. This definitely solves a lot of my I'm drawing the wrong part problem. Which is also why I go so heavily into card draws, because the universe hates me. You're gonna take 12 right now. And I don't have any way to draw the attack away. I thought I could knock him out of the air. And actually... yeah, no, that would have worked. Oh well. Literally a split second of distraction changed my thought process just enough to throw that, but it's okay. Whack. My 2 free quick attacks. Open your mind. Open his throat. Ooh, whenever you discard a card, a random enemy creature takes 1 damage. Okay. Sounds good to me. As the one with the stupid card draw right now, that actually works out. Okay, good. That does count when... did it count when they discarded that way? Didn't... nah, because I don't think its block went down enough for that to be counting. Not sure. Either way, there goes all his block there. Hit him with mobile. Knock him out of the air. Chip damage. Arguably, once you have the quick attacks on it, Full of Fury would actually be good for a defender. But I figure it's a good thing for an attacker so they could like cycle into being the off tank if they need to. And there we go. A little sloppier than the last one, but that's fine. See, the thing is, I very rarely have taken Retaliation, but I kind of want to know what it upgrades to get. Yeah. Because we don't really need more quick reflex copies, because the more of those we get, we're just gonna have so many. And the only real advantage to Berserk is gaining 1 extra impetus. If I could get this on a defender, I would actually take it. Even though the extra vulnerable is spooky, it's at least workable on them. The every turn threaten gain becomes a constant seesaw, which it's doable, but you need a lot of threaten cards on your defender before I'd be willing to take that. Alternatively, just build all of your creatures balanced so that they have defend and attack cards of their own. But why would I do a silly thing like balancing my creatures instead of having them be really narrow specialists who have a high chance of dying if I make a mistake? Let's go gambling. Ah, oh, dang it. Yeah, this is a safe time to play that. I could have played more protein, but I already burnt most of my consumes anyway. Yeah, I think. Yeah, 26 is coming out at you now. At exactly the wrong time. You know that, aw, dang it? Yeah, about that right now. Wait, concept? I could give you 9 and a little bit more counter, or I give you 10. No, the better call is give him the 10 from that and then the 7 from that, and then I block the exact amount that's coming in. He doesn't gain the toughness, but that's okay. I'd rather him, you know, not gain the damage. I feel like that's a fair trade. Oh, that's my 2 attack scratch, though. Hold that thought. Nope, killing him with that then. I wanted to see what else we were gonna get. Technically, I could have hit him with like the strike or such, but I think I didn't have enough for it with what I wanted to do. This has actually been a really good fight for grinding up retaliation, but I'm gonna get the defend leveled up. That's already ready to level. I should have played the scratch. I realized it as I clicked end turn and went to grab it before the end turn kicked in, but it wouldn't let me touch it. It's like, nope, you fucked up already. Nope, accept your mistakes, dum-dum. This is your life now. You did this. It's like, but could I? No. But no. Getting so much use out of Full of Fury. Now that it gives me cards. And if you're wondering why I didn't pull Wall of Flesh this time, it's already ready to level. There's no point in using it further at the moment, unless I actually need it, which I don't. Because even without Threaten up, they still wanted to attack him anyway. So I had no reason to make any other decisions. Burn Open Mind just to get another point for it. So far, this routine run's going okay, but I have fears. I have many fears. Yes, give that Retain, since he doesn't use it very often. Frenzy could work out pretty good. I'll take that. I wish that didn't make it cost 4. 4 is just so much of your turn. One more threat, and I guess this is gonna have to be okay. Yeah. Get card draw off of that. Three hit points missing might be bad, but if he dies by 3 hit points, I apologize in advance. I almost wonder if I should start running predictions to see if I lose a creature on in a particular run. Nope, this hand drew in just such an asinine way again. Not gonna get any threaten, huh? Okay. For now. Nope. Okay. You're gonna have to get your own block. It feels so bad using like 1 card out of like 9 that I'm sitting on. That's the one issue I've run into in this game, is you can't really get more energy generation, particularly, that I've seen so far. You can really only primarily get more card draw, which only helps so much when you can't use half of them. Like, there's a few things that'll get you more impetus, like I believe one of the upgrade pads for defend gets you 1 more impetus the next turn, and things like that, but there's not a ton of it out there. I did bad math there, but it'll have to be okay. Yeah. This he'll only take 2, and that should be fine. Problem is, it's 3 of them and they all have a lot of health. And we've all been weakened. What is this card draw? Jesus! I feel like there's cards missing. I feel like I'm about to lose regret immediately here. This was a really, really bad boss fight to get in this situation. Because I have no good way to really counter high aggression from 3 targets like this. Okay, there's most of his actual blocking. But he's gonna take 42 this turn. The fuck am I supposed to do about 42? Like, there's no mathematic way I can fix that. Because the most I can generate is 23? 22. And that's with boosted in toughness. Problem is, we didn't have the damage output to kill any of them, and we didn't have the defense output to save anybody from them either. This is why going up to routine with an untrained defender was a really bad idea. And they've stacked up enough weaken that I'm not sure I can even recover this at all. I think I fucked up. At the very least, play this one. Not great. Like, just for the sake of boosting the block of the other two at the very least before he dies. Yeah, to see, that's the best he could do. If I had played this, it would have been the same result. To be fair, these three were arranged kind of sloppy. But, just... ugh. Yep, down he goes. And the rest are gonna follow because there's too much weaken stacked up on these two. I took too long. So we do, like, negligible damage with most of our attacks. I think I fucked it. Now, wait a minute. I just realized I keep getting this card back. Oh. Uh-oh. That's worse than I thought, huh? Like, I have a decent amount of consume cards in here. And then, of course, all of his cards got consumed when he died. But we have one card in our discard pile. What we're holding here is everything we have. Mistakes have been made. Mistakes have most definitely been made. About the only thing I could do is, since we built up a bunch of strength by playing Full of Fury a dozen times, we can try to leverage the strength boost we got from that, because he also got rid of all of his weaken. Problem is, no matter what we hit that gray shade at the bottom with, it's not dying this turn. Even if we managed to land Frenzy on it, it would only do 15, the same as the Bite would. Alternatively, we try to just hit it with four more quick attacks and see how much damage they do, since we keep redrawing it. In fact, yeah, that'll be enough to kill, actually, so the spam plan is working. And he has an asinine amount of block now. We might actually be able to still hold this, it's just not gonna be good. I wonder what we're gonna draw. This looks familiar. Huh. Actually, this one has less block. I should be hitting that one. What a stupid situation we find ourselves in. Like, honestly, I should just keep recasting Full of Fury at this rate. Because what it's doing is, since each quick attack is an attacking card, it's boosting his strength through the roof. And it's not like he needs to gain any block, because Full of Fury is also giving him block. I think I broke it. I think I fucking broke it. And since I'm getting card draw off the quick attacks, I can keep getting the scratch back as well. Oh, I've done a terrible thing here. By letting my defender die, I broke it. I broke it real bad. Just goddamn rage mode going off here, just tearing things up. Like, the fact that we're just guaranteed to get our cards back is the dumbest thing in this situation, I think. And the unfortunate thing is there was no way we were going to be able to do what I'm doing right now with the other one alive, because the redraw wouldn't have been happening. And if I wanted to chicken out of that, by the way, you can close the game and reopen the game and it will load back to the start of a fight. So if you ever want to save scum, you can do it that way. I have done it before when fighting the Spider Queen because I'd get screwed by poison and I just refuse to accept it. So that's a thing. Yeah, give me the 2 week on that, actually. That'll be good to have. Okay, one more block than before is the difference for that one. Or 3 quick attacks. Either way, it ends up being 6 block if you think about it. Gain 1 attack momentum, you say. Every time a card is consumed, you say. Give. Terrible things will happen, yes. We get congratulated for doing higher than baby mode successfully. Yep, here's the reminder. Hey, you can't retreat on hard or hellish. Just, remember that. Everybody's real happy that we don't suck completely. I already broke a leg. It's called the leg of regret. Who is a corpse again. I don't really want any of these. We also didn't even get to do any poison shenanigans with the regret at all. He just died. Which is unfortunate. I mean, I guess I could just rebuild him. Give him a second chance. Because I do really feel like he kind of got done dirty on how that all played out. And it was my own fault, don't get me wrong. I made the mistakes that led to regret dying. But at the same time, there was only so much to be done. So you know what? You'll get a second chance. One of the few second chances that there will be out here. I give you a second chance and you do this to me. Why must you instantaneously disappoint me? Better. Though I kind of wanted to take the poison. Well, we're back to having Tail Whip. Which Tail Whip did prove useful, so I don't mind having that back, just not the layout of cards I wanted for him. But hopefully the Academy will help. Ooh, actually, I do want to grab Surge for you, like, immediately. Ooh, I could get Surge for both of them. Surge is too expensive, point-wise, for both of them to have, though. At the very least, we want First is free, because it's free poison right at the start of a fight. He needs Shall Not Pass, because not having that before was an issue. I would love to have Poison Strike, but it just isn't gonna fit in right now. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you a copy of Surge. And then we're gonna restock. Not really what I was hoping for. I'm glad to get a defend for you. Paralytic Cloud would be great, but we only have one method of dealing out poison right now, and it's not much. So I don't think I want that. It is tempting to get a copy of High Metabolism for Sithrith as well. This way they both get the attack momentum for every consumed card, of which we have a lot at this point. It would start to actually become an actual proper build. I do kind of want to get you Feast as well, because that actually paid off, and it plays into the consume mechanic we're working with. So take that. Didn't get everything I wanted out of that, but we got some good stuff, so I think it'll be okay. Let's see what options we've got. We're certainly not doing hard with this lineup. I think we'll go back into the mountains and take it a little easier this time so we actually have a chance for our defender to live. I know, I'm chickening out, but sometimes you've got to be reasonable. Feel free to call me out for bitching out all you want. I do not disagree. A necessity. Besides, this should at least be a nice, reasonably quick run through. And I did advise at the beginning of this that there was going to be some grinding necessary. Try to just spend cards to get them leveled. Arguably, I could just sit here and not attack it for a bit if I wanted to really cheat the system here. Just play a bunch of defend cards and such. But that'll slowly chip him down with bleed. And I don't really want that. Nothing saying I can't spend a few more cards than I needed to, though. You don't really want counter, you want the higher block, because if you're pulling that for block, it's because you need to take something off of you that's gonna kick your ass. Condor time, huh? Okay. Here, have some free poison on the house. Why we put the poison on the house? I don't know. It looked good up there. Slap. I will literally never get tired of smacking the flying enemies out of the air. Like, it's just one of those simple joys of life that you can just sit there and keep enjoying over and over again. High metabolism. Yeah, you're only gonna take 10, even if it gets an attack through, which it will. No, because I can't stop it. As you can see, the attack momentum bonus has been paying off, because that's what those tokens are technically called. So he's just been boosting his strength constantly. The only real issue with that is when you end up drawing a bunch of somebody else's attacking cards after building strength on somebody. You then sit there and go, well, there's nothing to be done here. And you're just sad. Keep working on getting top level bite. And now it's got enough block that we can't just smack it out of the air again. But it's not really gonna have enough damage output to really be an issue either yet. So next turn we should be able to smack him out of the air again if we need to. Yeah, he's only doing 10. That's fine. Here, do 8 instead. I like it better when you do 8. But I like it even better when you do nothing. You doing nothing is my favorite thing. Use up another copy of Open Mind. Use that defend. Completely unnecessary to stack more defend on him, but you know, it gets the card played. I don't know why I used that. There was no point in doing that. Oh well. Just keep spending your defensive moves so that you get some experience on them. You'll notice he is actually swinging out for some decent power now because he charged up. Which would be scary if I didn't have an asinine amount of block built up already. But I should kill him soon, or he's gonna really get out of hand. And by kill him soon, I'm saying I'm just gonna kill him now. There we go. Draw 5. Steadily keep doing more damage with that strike. Ditto with this one. I could make it do more card draw, but more damage is kind of important. There we go, 4 damage to all. Not bad, not bad. Make that a starting card. I don't really want any of these. Ordinarily, I'm kind of opposed to Tantrum, but with what's been happening to my defenders so constantly, I think I'm actually going to take it as a means of distracting the enemy from my defender if it comes down to it. I just need to be mindful of when I use Tantrum. Otherwise known as I'm going to get Sisrith killed at some point, because I'm going to forget and then get him slammed. As I get greedy. The point here is grinding, so we're not taking events right now. Even though I could try for an event to see if I get a positive effect. Okay, he'll die to poison now. So we start working that one over. Or, well, I guess we could just kill him with Feast, actually. Because it'll hit all of them anyway. There we go. Nom 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 nom. Delicious little rat thing. A quick slap. Quick punch. And the fight's over. That's what I'm used to doing with those little guys since they have no hit points. You just kind of roll through them. These guys again. Okay. The nice thing about cards with Instinct is they're pretty much guaranteed to gain experience since you start every fight with them. I should have strengthened first, but I'm not really taking these fights seriously. I'm just kind of autopiloting through them. Which, autopilot is how you get somebody killed, don't get me wrong. That is absolutely how that happens. That's already happened at least once today, as we've seen. But, you know. Sometimes you just kind of reach that point in your brain where it's just like, yeah, just keep throwing cards, it'll be okay. Just card, 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 card. This card looks fun, this card looks good, throw that card, that card. What about this card? What about the other card? Whee! And eventually your whole team's dead and you're sitting there wondering how this happened. Finally getting strength and upgraded. The retain's actually kind of tempting, but so is 4 strength for 3. Like, I always had the argument with myself about using strengthen to begin with because it was 2 strength for 2. Now you're gaining more value than you're spending in cost, but that is still the majority of a turn. So I think I'll take the retain just because I can then use this only when I have a dead turn. Because it'll just kind of hang out in the hand until it's actually useful for something. Couldn't feed you just for safety. Ah, Draconis! I would love to get some parts off of you. I'm not even sure you can get parts off the bosses, though. This is actually a good turn to get strengthened, so we'll go ahead and do that. Pull that. Just dumping so much on turn 1 here. Why did multiple people get random cards? I think that's the thing he does. He does a lot of weird shit. Yeah, Wind Drift. It's actually a kind of neat fight. Looks like an awkward fusion between a Garchomp and a Tigrex, though, and I don't know how to feel about that concept. Because he's basically Tigrex shape with Garchomp colors. Two things that have caused me many upset moments. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. It'll be okay this turn. Oh no, he's flying! Ah! It'd be a real shame if somebody were to clip his wings. It's also a real shame that we don't actually have enough to do that right now. Because I miscalculated my impetus. That's fine, we'll just knock him out of the air this turn. Punk. Get Surge into play. Give him a good slap of the tail. Yeah, as you can see by how the health bars are playing out, this isn't that bad a fight. He is, I would argue, the easiest mountain boss out of the set. because I don't think I've ever had a loss to him, whereas most of the other bosses, I think I've at least lost a creature to. But I've also only encountered him after I've been set up a bit. If you encounter him really early, he might be a bit of an issue. Yeah, the problem is Rabbit would keep cloning itself. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to take it, the strength, but it would start eating everything. It worked out the one time we used it before, but that doesn't mean you want to keep it consistently, because eventually it'll backfire. We'll go ahead and taking a stand so we can deal out some damage while getting block, because that's a really good one to have, and the upgrades on it are pretty good. I wouldn't mind having some of these parts, but they're too expensive. It'd be kind of funny having just a little snake and then jam a big head on the snake body. Warning signals is a pretty good blocking move to have. One cost 12 block, guaranteed to have it at the start, and it cleans itself out. I do really like Tail Drum, but will it fit in right now? I'm gonna make it fit. Because more Threaten is useful. I'm a little worried that I'm building him a little too heavy. Then again, he only has 8, 10 cards. Yeah, our highest is 12 cards right now. That's actually not bad. Yeah, and I already removed a card on mistake, so it costs more to remove. Is there anything on you I don't want anymore? Not especially. I don't really use more protein that often, but does have a actual place in the setup. Arguably, I could get rid of his scratch, but it's free cycle, so it's not really a loss when it's drawn. Tail Whip's about to upgrade, so that's fine. Yeah, no, these decks are fine. They draw like shit sometimes, but the decks themselves aren't the problem there necessarily. Yeah, let's do a routine in the forest. I'm a little concerned about getting a couple particular things in here, but other than that, I think it'll be okay. And I know I've just shot myself in the foot by saying that exact sentence, but, well, you know. Let's just see how many of them we can just kill straight out. The answer may surprise you in that it's all of them on one turn. Nom. That's my first one-turn kill. I've never had an OTK in this game, I don't think, until now. Oh, I'm so happy. One weak to all doesn't do much. But 2 more damage also isn't going to do much, so we'll take the weak. Ooh, there we go. This is what made my attacker go off really hard before. I would have rather this appear on Sithrith, but it's fine on Mistake as well. They lose 5 max HP, but they start every fight with 2 strength. So they just do flat more damage right out the gate. The only reason I don't really want it on him as much is because his deck is a little bit more split. So he won't always be able to make the most benefit of it. He may just have like nothing but card draw and side effects. Let's go this way. Depending on how I feel about this fight, I'll decide whether we go toward the elite or not. Bagoon. Yeah, see, like this, where he didn't draw any attacking moves. There we go, now he drew all of his attacking moves, just about. And this is an apply block move, so I can just put the block over there. Or take off the worst of that damage. In fact, we can actually just kill that Bagoon, and now he's fine. What a difference having a few more options makes, huh? That's all it takes, is just you gotta get a few more cards under your belt. So you can do just a little bit more, rather than being completely at the mercy of the universe deciding whether you get to live or not. Yeah, he's not accomplishing much this turn, so we'll go ahead and steal a little bit of benefit there. I can't believe I never noticed that these upgrade, because Lean and Mean showed up a decent amount when I had it before. I must have just forgot. Wouldn't be the first time I forgot something. What was I talking about? Oh, Bagoon Head. Okay. Draw one more card next turn, or just do one more damage per hit, which equates to 3 more damage. Also, thing to note about Frenzy. It says to a random enemy, it means all 3 hits hit the same enemy. I always thought it was another one of those attacks where each attack calculated differently as to which one it hit. No, it seems to all attack the same target. Let's get a second Shall Not Pass, even though it's kind of expensive. It'll raise the odds of me actually seeing it when I need it. Yeah, unless I just happen to have it work out that way every time, which I used Frenzy a lot, so I would figure I would have seen it hit a different thing, and there's been times where it kills a target and continues hitting the dead thing, which you would think wouldn't happen. So, take that how you will. I spent one too many, so now we don't actually get that block in place in time. Well, I fucked around and I'm gonna find out. That's fine. That's how it be sometimes. Speaking of fucking around and finding out. Come on, game. Once was my fault. Twice is unfair. That said, you know, we can always just do a funny little thing like that. And then the poison takes care of that guy. The satisfying irony of a snake dying to poison. Still haven't even used taking a stand because it keeps showing up at the wrong time. Use that. Use that. Because I knew he was gonna die, that's why I was spending a few cards to make sure that we'd get the value. Do I start a fight by making them weak or vulnerable? I think I'm gonna go with the vulnerable. Is at the start of a fight that'll be more useful because it'll help me clock more damage. Even if I don't care for vulnerable in this game that much because, like I've said before, it gets removed when they get hit. I will go ahead and grab an unyielding for you. I'm starting to come around to the point where I think every creature needs at least one copy of unyielding. Since it's defense and card draw, it's just a good card to have. I think that's a good opening turn. But like, you'll notice all of the vulnerables already gone off of him because we attacked multiple times. This is a really bad hand for this situation, actually. That's better. That'll take some of the edge off of the AoE attack. I hate fighting this thing. Specifically because of the AoE attacks. Because it charges up and then goes, fuck your whole team. Wham. This is a dick that way. So it kind of makes having a tank irrelevant. Aside from being able to have the multi-defend. Just pull that for cycling purposes. This way we get a reshuffle. This is what I was hoping for on that reshuffle. This way we can counter his ability to hit us all. Hello, every shall not pass. Well then. Use the one that doesn't have full experience. There we go. And I'm sure there's somebody out there going, he's misplaying so much. God, he's awful at this. Remember, pacing is a thing. And I'm also not really trying to be perfect. If I was trying to be perfect out here, I wouldn't be playing this on stream. We have just enough bleed, I think. We can make the card draw on that work. And 2 more bleed really isn't a remarkable effect. There we go, look at all those levels. Actually having one of these be a 1-cost consume would actually be a good thing. Because it fits into the hand better. I'm still not taking the stun version of that. I don't care what you want me to do there, game. There we go. There's the 1 more card next turn version. Clampdown wouldn't be the worst idea for him, and Fearsome's actually not a bad thing for him to have either. Because it's a way for him to guaranteed gain threaten without necessarily needing too much. Is we've had multiple times where he has a lot of block but no threaten available anymore. And this also allows him to throw weaken around. Ooh. Ooh. 3 more health would be very good. But cheap and cheerful attack momentum would also be good. The only problem is it starts building threaten on him too. But I think it'll be okay. It's only 1 threat. It just ends up being the same category as Tantrum, where I gotta be kind of careful when I use it. So I think it'll be just fine. Uh-oh. Regret just ate a random vial of something. 2 parts serum, a toxic binding agent, and a medical compound. Medical compound for strength and another for toughness. And they ate the toxic binder. So I either give him a strength or toughness. Well, gee, considering you're my tank, toughness. That's fine, actually. 2 toughness guaranteed is fantastic. 3 weak and lose 1 strength is also absolutely fine on a non-attacking creature. I almost couldn't have asked for a better result out of that situation. Okay. Just hiss at them really loudly. Hiss, 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 hiss. Yeah, now things like his scratch, though, are gonna, like, do no damage at all. Because he starts with 3 weak on top of the -1 strength, but it'll be fine. Our biggest problem is going to be that these things are going to take a bit to kill. And that's not a bad problem to have, all things considered. Very convenient that random target happened to target the thing I wanted. If you think I'm stunting on them and building up levels, you'd be right. And it's gonna backfire potentially, but, you know, it's fine. I'm just sitting here enjoying the music and taunting a pair of shug beasts. There we go, Drew, lean, and mean again. Just need to draw it one more time and it'll level up. The amount of damage we do with, like, look at how much this basic scratch does with the amount of strength he built up. 26 for 0 is insanity. Reduce max HP by 7, but start with 3 strength. Start with 3 strength, lose 1 toughness, still have 5 health down. Considering occasionally he does need to block, I'm gonna take the 2 less hit points for 1 more strength. Instinct. Get 3 fat cards that we could use for consume effects. Nah, go ahead and start with high metabolism in your hand. That'll be perfectly fine. Draw 2 off of ambush does make it more appealing. And it'll become consumed, which will help clean it out of the way of other moves. Yeah, go ahead and get some counter on there. Oh, look, a third copy of Shall Not Pass. I don't think we need 3 of them. It's tempting to take 3 of them, but I'll take the other cheek instead, because that'll help him maintain block. By the way, building up strength is why I took the multi-hit scratch, since each hit guaranteed would then take the strength boosted damage and apply it. Well, this is upsetting. Then poison the Spider Queen. Get your block up. Oh, this could be so bad. I'm gonna have to actually play this one serious, or we're gonna be in trouble. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of with putting the one Threaten. I thought for some reason Regret already had Threaten on him. This puts Sisirith in a bad position, but I don't have a choice now that I made that mistake. Yeah, he's on a bad timer now. Ooh. And we straight up did not draw anything useful. But it's okay. It's time to start leveraging Full of Fury then. The problem is, thanks to Fear, it all costs, which is not great, but it's gonna have to be okay. In some ways, having the poison get spread around isn't actually the worst thing either. There's all my defensive things too, because of course, you know, that's when that all has to show up. Him getting stunned is okay. This Wall of Flesh comes out, bringing the targeting over to him, and the poison will be blocked off of the other 2. You gain strength, and unfortunately we have to waste the other 2 because the draw engine's the one that's stunned. This is not a good hand. That's a bit better. I just gotta be constantly mindful of the poison now. You go ahead and bite the Spiderling and get the poison generation out of there. Your block is cheaper, so use that to protect him from the poison damage. And get rid of that web card. He's being targeted, and there's nothing I can do about that at the moment, so just bolster yourself up. Okay, Order of Operations here. No, don't use that at all, because Order of Operations says that's a bad idea because you wouldn't be able to afford to do the thing you wanted to do. I need to get that fear off of him, because it's ruining being able to use his moveset properly. Because ordinarily I'd use one of these and then Frenzy, but I can't. She's not attacking this turn though, so let's just go in, clock some damage. Because no one was taking unblocked poison. That's why I wasn't the happiest about doing that. But it's okay because we can use Full of Fury with its full free quick attacks this time. There we go. Block off all the damage you would have taken. Build up a little bit of extra block. Okay. We have this under control. I can't generate any threat right now on somebody that's supposed to have it, so just don't toy with that. No matter how tempting that is, and we win. Okay. That almost backfired so badly. I'm glad glad I stopped for a second to pay attention to what I was doing, or that would have been a disaster. 6 damage AoE for 1. Become another Consume Strike. The thing is, now that I've already made a threatened mistake, I don't feel good about taking Berserk. This is about the point where I would have, but now that I'm already rocking 2 cards that give him Threaten, and I made a mistake using them already once, having an auto-threaten thing would get him killed. We made a decent amount of money out of that. That wasn't the best it could have been, but it was profitable. Anything good in the academy for me? Trip, actually. 3 vulnerable, 3 weak to all. I've never seen that show up. That's actually a useful tail skill to have. Do I want it on Regret, is the question. He's the only one with a working tail. So if anybody was gonna have it, it would have to be him, off of this lineup. That's where it gets kind of a question mark, a little bit. This also wouldn't be bad to have, because it's a cheap damage and bleed. Yeah, you go ahead and take Trip. Keep you this. I could get Mobile as well, but I don't think so. Do I want Anti-Venom? His poison has become spooky twice now. It's been very concerning. So I feel like getting Anti-Venom at this point might be wise, because it's cheap 5 block and it'll give me toughness, because more than likely I'm going to be poisoned. I'm just really concerned about deck bloat, because that's what ruined a couple creatures I had before. I mean, look at that. He's got 15 cards now. Then again, that one's got 12, that one's got 15, so it's still okay. Just not ideal. We got some routine up here in the mountains. Got a routine over in the wetlands. A routine over here again. Let's go ahead and do a routine in the wetlands. I'm a little concerned about doing a mountain routine because we might get the 3 gray guys again that'll just rinse somebody. Because I think they were in the mountains. Am I remembering wrong? Did I just send myself where they were? We'll find out. And metabolism. Burst is free. Quick attack. Look at that, he's already got 4 strength. This is just silly. Ow! Most of your health. It's just a real pity that Mistake has no AoE attacks. Like, out of the entire team, he's the only one who doesn't have one. And all that strength on an AoE would be delicious. I mean, this would be a kill. Yeah, just kill him. Whack. I was debating whether there'd be a more efficient move to make there, and I think at the end of the day, not really. Go ahead and do that just so it levels up. Yeah, they're doing a lot of nothing this turn, so we will do mostly the same. You know, if by nothing you mean nearly kill one of them. Tail whip out. Finish that one off. I mean, technically I could have feasted, but it wouldn't have killed this one. It would have just left him at 1 hit point. Go ahead and tail drum, get more experience for that. Just the sheer drastic damage difference between those two scratches. This is one of the things that's joyful about a card game, though, is once you just start hitting the point of ridiculousness. It's both a wonderful thing and also kind of unfortunate, because it's like, well, now it's starting to become a question mark if there's even any point to continuing. But at the end of the day, as soon as we go into a higher difficulty area, that's all going to change. Which is why I'm just kind of scaling up instead of charging off to my death. Because I know better. That's another one of the heads that I ended up using on my last set of creatures. And let me tell you, you get real tired of hearing the noise constantly. Stop it. Actually, yeah, second high metabolism would be great. Because presumably they stack. You would figure they wouldn't let you have multiple copies of it if it didn't stack. Go into that immediately. I don't think I've seen these Volturine Reapers at all, nor a Plated Stalker. Because some things just don't seem to really spawn unless you're on a specific difficulty in a specific area. Cycle all the cards. Well, that's a shame for you. Massive overkill, but he needed to go. Because that now reduces the amount of damage going out. You're already getting attacked once. The moment I use this, you're gonna get attacked twice, but we can then go into the strike, hopefully get a card that'll fix that. That's a card that fixes that. Because we're fixing his little wagon immediately, pretty much. He lived, though, which is upsetting. But now, at the end of the day, he takes basically the same amount of damage he would have before, except up by 2. And got a lot more done. At the end of the day, we just kind of rinsed a lot of them, and I'm happy about that. So I heard you like strength. How about more strength? If he had lived a little longer, we were gonna pass 10 strength. I had this body before, but I've never had the Volturine in head. So that's nice. Let's see. Gain 3 strength, gain 4 strength. I mean, we may as well take the 3 strength for 2, because that doesn't change where it fits in, but it becomes better. Part of me thinks I need a 3rd Shall Not Pass with the fact that we've had times when I needed it and it didn't show up. An additional defend would kind of accomplish a similar result. But it'd be... I'm gonna regret this because I'm gonna have a turn where I have like nothing but shall not passes in my hand. But there's rarely a time where that's a completely bad thing. The long-tailed Beargar. Quite a set of teeth you got there, buddy. Your dental bills must be awful. But it's okay. You won't have to worry about that for long because I'm about to knock all those teeth out of your head. I did just completely forego defense there to see how much I could output. And boy, did I output. Oh, he's enraged. He's gonna get stronger the more I hit him. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound at this rate. May as well just keep hitting him. And since he's nearly dead. Howdy, Captain Troy Handsome, how you doing? Yeah, it's got some of that feel because it's primarily about traits and things like that for your creatures. This is definitely a very interesting one. It came out in 1.0 like 4 or 5 days ago, I think, something like that. But it's been a good time. Balance is very swingy in places, which is a blessing and a curse depending on what you're looking for. But it's a good time. Let's see. Since we are starting to grab some bleed, we'll take Exsanguinate. I'm feeling bold enough to take another Elite. This could totally go backwards on me, but you know what? Oh, it's the Mole Men. Not the Mole Men. Especially since I'm starting to play fast and loose now because I'm getting used to my loop here. This could go badly. Just keep playing more consume cards to make mistakes stronger. I always knew they were real. Oh yeah, these are actually the one enemy that I've ever seen in this that actually trigger Meek. They have reverse threaten, basically. Whoever has Meek can't be targeted till the one who doesn't have Meek gets killed. Or loses his everything, basically. So I now have to switch targets this turn. Which is fine. We'll just tear him apart instead. Yeah, you can't even target them with effects. Just like, nope, everything must go to the guy with threaten or not Meek. But this is fine. Yeah, go ahead and play that. Just so it gets leveled. And then we'll just strengthen up and wait. Like, the setup I've got going has become kind of brain dead at this point, so I'm making the game look a lot simpler than it is. But there are definitely ways where you could have really intricate nonsense going on. In fact, actually, yeah, Surge will gain a level as well when we play that, so we'll use that. They are going to break through his block by 1, but we can just fix that. That. Cut him down. Yeah, it fits in with the rest of things because we stitched all these creatures together. There's a lot of very good little touches in this game. Chew on him. Do that, and we'll tail drum just to gain a little bit more experience for it, and then finish the job. Get our pound of flesh. I don't want to make that cost more. Go ahead and give that card draw then. You gaining weak is okay, and that gaining a lot more block is good, so we'll take that. What do you learn? You gain guaranteed damage. Ooh. No, I don't like either of these. Try again. That's one of the few times I will just say no. Because I don't want negative block momentum on any of my creatures at this point. I don't like the fact that that gets alpha, because then I can't use any other cards before it. But I don't like the discarding 2 cards either. Ugh. Blood Fury is pretty good. It starts off expensive, but gets very cheap later. I want Bristle. Yes, 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 yes. Give me more counter. We're still not getting any poison abilities for Regret, but, well, you know, that's just how it be sometimes. I could heal now and make sure Sithrith is safe. Or I be bold and get an extra fight in. I'm feeling bold. Metabolism first. These aren't flowers. Why are they goldenrod? I only have 3 impetus. They're attacking both of them already. First and foremost, you block that. That's what I was afraid of. And that's exactly how I saw that playing out. Sad. I should have... You can actually hover over them to see who's attacking you. I should have checked. This way I could have reduced the damage he's taking, but it'll be okay. As soon as we get Threaten going over here, he won't take any further damage. Case in point. There we go. Another high metabolism. And we'll get a little revenge out here. Just rip one of them down. Nice and easy. Tail Drum for the counter. Part of me wants to keep leveling Anti-Venom, but we'll go ahead and level Strengthen. He'll take 2 damage and that's fine. We'll just need to make a priority of actually healing him here soon. Which, that'll have to wait till we get to that campfire. And that's the end of that. More vulnerable or card draw. I was kind of hoping for one of these options to raise how much poison it's doing, but we'll take the card draw. Because we're still distinctly lacking in poison damage on the poison creature. Let's see, we have 2 ways of dealing bleed. One thing that removes bleed off of the thing that has bleed, and 2 things with bleed mechanics already. Weak would be very handy to have in decent amounts, because that reduces their damage further the more it stacks. It might be tricky to fit it in and make it work, but we'll give it a go. Literally the same fight again, huh? Okay. This is fine. Yeah, they're redistributing their attack this time. Yeah. It's an immediately understandable and recognizable map, and then they add those extra touches like actually having hands holding it and all of that on top. Go ahead and just boost your block further. Yeah, that'll have to do. Not quite how I wanted that turn to play out, but mistakes were made. Wide block. Thing is, it's gotta be hit this turn. So all you'd gain is 3 block from that. Keep raising, shall not pass. I really enjoy the dynamic of constantly having to manage what cards you're using so that you're not spamming the same ones over and over again, otherwise the rest of your cards don't level. It helps keep a game like this fresher rather than, oh, I just found this really powerful card. I guess that's all I'm going to use now. So I found that a lot of card games kind of fall into that trap of, this is the best card. Unfortunately, yes, those are deer that we're fighting at the moment. On the bright side, we might be able to bring their parts with us and make our own deer. I know that is a very mixed blessing, but if RNG works out in our favor, at the very least, they get to live another life.
Kill them all.
I see how this has changed immediately. You don't have any bleed on you, so exsanguinate's useless. Anti-venom, strengthen. That is true. I could have used Full of Fury to just like run this fight over immediately, but gotta get that XP for our other moves. Nope. Anyway, moving right along. That was not as beneficial as I'd hoped, but it's fine. Ah, we found the Harvester. These events are usually beneficial. Oh. I had to say something, didn't I? I just had to open my big goddamn mouth. Yep, there's Mistake chewing away on the mushrooms. This isn't inherently a bad thing, but... Ugh. Oh, actually, no, this is actually the positive one. This is actually fine. This one lets me copy a card. This is actually fine. I thought this was a similar mushroom event that ends very poorly for me. We're actually okay. Though most of Mistake's cards I don't really want a duplicate of right now, but that's okay. I'll go ahead and take the max upgraded scratch. I debated that between that and the strike. There we go, full health for the boss. On we go. Oh, not this thing. This isn't terrible, but this could go really bad. I don't know. I didn't read the reviews. I don't have an answer for you on that one. I do know there was until about one update ago, there was a card you could get that was basically a run ender. That was how Rabid used to work, which would eat your entire hand every time it showed up, to the point where you wouldn't have a deck anymore. I can say that from experience. That certainly upset some people. As far as any other reasons for negative reviews, I have no idea. For all I know, it might be getting review bombed by animal lovers or something. Now, this guy's whole shtick is, one, he confuses you and makes your cards have random costs. He does a bunch of other annoying things as well, like he's been throwing AoE Weaken around and things like that as well. He does a couple other things that we haven't seen yet, and I'm not going to mention them till we see them. If we even see them. If he doesn't do it, I'll be quite happy, honestly. And there went one of the things. A bunch of cards just got consumed, which is inconvenient. That's one of the things he does. Morph, draw a card, transform it into a random card, and then throw it away. It's very annoying. Hope you don't rely on any particular cards for your setup. Oh, it is definitely very mean right out the gate. Once you get past that, it's not so bad. Aside from sometimes it will just shit on your soul. But I wouldn't say that it's excessive in any way, considering I've managed to get into multiple very strong positions without it being too difficult to get there. I think people just are not willing to get past the beginning. And that is also true. There's a lot of very easy card games out there. Yep, there's Rabid eating cards. That's what it's been brought down to do, is it just eats a card and then duplicates itself. Thankfully, we've built up enough block that he's not really going to be able to do much anytime quick, especially if I keep weakening him. It's like, we've got a couple very powerful loops going on at this point. So that's why this fight's not really super threatening. And that's another reason why I'm like, yes, this game's difficult, but you can end up in a position like this where this boss basically can't do much to us. The most dangerous thing he can do at this point is mill me around enough that I have trouble accomplishing anything. Unfortunately for him, I'm not reliant on any of my cards, so he's dead. And that was a damageless boss fight, I think. You basically have to go into your fights knowing what you're getting into and knowing what your cards do. And it's also worth bearing in mind, I'm only on the second difficulty out of 4? Easy, routine, hard, hellish. Yeah, 4. I have played up to hellish difficulty before, and then I reset for sake of this session here. So even up to hellish is completely doable. And anybody who says otherwise doesn't know how to build a deck. Or was supremely unlucky. Which, let me tell you, today started supremely unlucky. Today started bad. We have played a lot of things, yeah. And there's a lot of people out there that are not willing to give things a chance. They take their first impression to their grave. Which I've been guilty of that too, don't get me wrong. I have absolutely gotten upset with a game and then not played it ever again. But this is one of those things. No, there's nothing I want to get rid of, really. I will say this game could do with more interesting things happening during a run. Instead of having the majority of your shops and such all being in the town, having a couple things that appear out in the field more, I think would add to some run variety. Because that's one thing I would say seems to be a bit of a shortfall in it at the moment, is run variety does start to run a little short. This is probably going to be a bad idea. But I think it's time for the next step up. Now there's your reminder. You can't retreat on hard and hellish. There's no way out now. If this goes sideways, all of these creatures are dying. And that's just how that's going to be. But anybody that complains about that didn't read the warning labels. There are 2 separate warning labels in the tutorial telling you that that's how these difficulties work. And this is why you build up to it rather than charging straight ahead into the highest difficulties you can reach. Because there's technically nothing stopping you going straight into hard if you happen to roll a hard mission early. You just are gonna no regret. And I don't mean this regret right here. I mean a much worse one. Like, take this fight for example, where they're already throwing 30 damage at you straight off the first turn. On routine difficulty, you'd at most see like 1 of these in a fight, but we instead rolled 3 of them as your first fight. This is why you need to build up to this difficulty, because they stop pulling punches at this point. They will punch you straight in the dick and laugh at you the entire time. There we go. Tail whip them to weaken their attacks. Let them eat counter damage. Keep weakening them further. Punch him in the face. Gnaw on their bones. Destroy that one. As you can see, a prepared player can handle this difficulty just fine. If anything, I probably over-prepared a little bit. Like, I arguably could have done this run probably on the last attempt instead of waiting till now. But we've already taken enough losses today. I have no reason to throw away another creature. There we go. Now, your vellum payout at the end of these missions is significantly higher. Like, the payout is worth it. But you have to go into these knowing what you're doing and knowing what you're getting. Speaking of knowing what I'm doing, I know this is a bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway. Ooh, I don't know what this one does. I've not seen a Scaled Razorback before. This is going to be interesting. Thankfully, it's only one target, though, so I can just kind of pile all of the nasty things I can do on it and go from there. Just do all of the awful things to him. With this hand, we'll just go ahead and stack more poison, stack more Shall Not Pass, and wait this turn out. Oh, I don't like you. I don't like you at all. You eat my cards. No, 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 no. Those are not for you. No. No. Bad. Joke's on him, though. Everything I consume triggers high metabolism and raises mistake strength. So while he gets stronger, so do I. But he's offended me now, so it's time for us to start going all in. There we go. I'm satisfied. Just cut his health down by more than half. I feel better now. Ah. Now, the consume effect only takes them away for that fight, so it's fine. We're gonna get all those cards back now. But I was still very offended that he was eating my deck. I was not happy. I don't need another copy of poison. It's gonna start flooding things a bit. Another wall of flesh, yeah. Let's see what this event does to me. Oh, is this the mushrooms? Oh, I don't think I know what this one does, actually, because this is a different middle point. Who do I stop from touching the mushrooms? Mistake's already eaten weird mushrooms before, so I feel like he'll be fine. You're poison. You probably will be okay. Yeah, we'll do that. You two go eat the mushrooms. Oh! So this does have the same end result, but it's a different version of it. I had one where only one creature ate mushrooms and got open mind. Now apparently there's a variant where 2 out of 3 end up getting open mind and can potentially end up with random cards. They're all kinds of tripping balls now. And the only one who didn't get to have fun. This means I could have had all 3 of them have open mind. If I had known that's what that meant, I would have done that way. And that might have been interesting, having all 3 of them drawing random cards. Oh, so we're doing this dance again, huh? Okay. What I've learned about this guy is there's no point in holding back against him. Because he's just going to upset me. Rip, tear, rend, crush, kill, destroy. Kick his ass. And I know I'm playing fast at this point, so if anybody has questions, do feel free to ask. I will answer anything I understand. Because I know at this point I'm just literally going card. I'm just kind of zooming. Because I'm kind of flying along at my process rate for how much I know about how things work at this point. Ooh, I could Frenzy and then Clone Frenzy, or have it hit one more time for less damage. If this was on the other one that builds his strength a lot higher, I would actually take the extra hit because it would do a lot more. For him, I think I'll take the copying. I don't need a third high metabolism. Why can't this go on the other guy so they both benefit, damn it? Harden I do definitely want though, is that's passive block generation and it is beautiful. Hedgehogs. Okay. This is fine. None of them are blue, I'm not scared. I do presume that they're gonna start countering if they live long enough. So I would ideally like them not to live long enough. That sounds like a really good idea. Yep, there's the counter spam. Okay. That means I have to actually be somewhat careful how I attack them or I'm gonna burn everything to the ground like a fool. So you put up a bit of block, then kill this one. He'll die to the poison as soon as his turn starts. He's no longer an issue. Or I just hit all of them and finish him off. There's not really a point to doing that. Just set up Bloody and wait. Yeah, that's what I figured, is they're gonna build up more. This is fine. Is how counter works in this, for those that haven't seen it. Every time they're hit, the amount of counter they have gets cut in half. So only that first hit's gonna be the 8. So it's not as big an issue as it may sound, but it's going to be very inconvenient. Especially since the only one that can attack right now isn't going to do the best on that situation. So we'll just tank the 1 and wait. Because what's probably going to be in our best interest is just building up to some heavy attacks, while also making sure everybody's blocks up high enough to handle the counters. And then, for example, exploiting a weakness like this one here who doesn't have any counter anymore, and just take him down. I like that they actually have more mechanics coming into play for some of these fights. Because when I started doing Hard and Hellish, it was still just a lot of enemies throwing high amounts of damage out, was what I was running into, rather than things that actually counter and enemies that do things. It was just, hey, hope you can handle this damage check. You already have Threatening, you don't really need a ton more blocks, so put that up. That up. Yeah, they're buffing up to get more counter as well. You go ahead and Open Mind. Got Bleeder. Okay, Bleeder might actually be handy here, because that doesn't count as attacking them. Wouldn't it be funny if they died to counter? Wouldn't that just be hilarious? Also, just gonna quickly suplex an anteater over here, don't mind me. There we go. Just take care of that. He's only got 8 counter right now. Guy. Take a little bit of damage, but he just gets obliterated. Okay, that took a bit of time, but wasn't too bad. Make it cost 0, that's pretty good. Yeah, cost 0, that's a good choice. Deal 1 damage 2 times, apply 2 bleed. Yeah, they've got pretty good art. Like, just enough detail without being gruesome. I don't really need it to apply more bleed. I guess I'll have it hit twice. Hitting twice for only 1 is still negotiable whether it's worth anything. I feel like this just isn't gonna get an advantage that I want. Some cards just have unfortunate upgrades. Oh, that just increases damage by 1. Yeah. Make it at least do some damage. Go ahead and give you a snack. There we go. Really? A third time with you? Okay, fine. The game can tell I don't like him, therefore all I see is him. Everywhere I look, I see his face. And I want to smack it off his neck. Just keep stacking high metabolism. There is no world in which this is gonna backfire, at least in this fight. I'm sure there's an enemy that'll somehow turn my own attack momentum against me and I'm gonna get obliterated. But, you know. That's one of those things you gotta run into it to learn. I am gonna take damage here because I've just been full aggro here without actually adding any block. But that's fine. It's not a significant amount of damage. Look at that, 10 strength already. There we go, get just enough block up to not take more useless damage. That claw. Before I obliterate him, use cards. Get levels. Now murderize him. There we go. Problem solved. Bring it up to an 8 damage AoE, or 10 damage AoE for 2. Nah, 8. That's absolutely fine. Oh, it raises his threaten on it by 1. Or I could raise the block on it by 4, but bring the cost back up. Nah. Get 3 turns of threaten, that's fine. Stop offering me more high metabolism. He's already got 2 of them. He doesn't need more. Why won't you offer it to him? God damn it. Yeah. I feel like the game's just memeing on me at this point, and I'm just never gonna get at any high metabolism on Sithrit. Just never allowed. It can tell I want it, therefore no. None for you. Consume a bunch of things. Get your block up. The fact that these even start with block on them as well is just upsetting. If you use this, you're just gonna put yourself in the ground. Because what will immediately happen upon me using that is then all three of them target him. He then will take 30 damage. The best he could do is play a 15 block card, and that would be the end of it. So he would then take 5 more damage. Actually, yeah, he would only take 5 more damage, and it takes the 4 damage basically off of Mistake and moves it over to him +1. That's actually not that bad a trade now that I think on it more. And the -2 block momentum, I don't think will put him into negative block yet. I think he would need to get -3 momentum to go to -1 block. Assuming that these 3 token slots here go into the negatives the same way. This is a bad idea. I'm just gonna say that right now. This is a bad idea, but I need to know. I need to learn for the future. Okay, it does put him to -1 block as soon as any of these go negative. Okay, understood. And it didn't draw me anything helpful. That's what I was afraid of. So he takes 16. Not ideal, but it's acceptable. It's an acceptable trade in the interest of learning. And now we go crazy. We get ourselves a bit of vengeance here. Much better. Yeah, this is the better one to use because it matches their amount of hit points. Once again, not targeting them in any particular order, just front line then back line is usually how my brain goes, even if there's no reason to target them in that order. It's just easy for brain to just go more or less left to right. Random, once again, isn't random. Keeping that tradition alive, I see. I'm not going to trust it to hit him again, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to poison him and he'll drop dead. And that takes care of that. Because I don't see it being that likely that random chance is going to land twice for me. I may enjoy a gamble now and then, but I ain't that much of a fool. And I'm already kind of dying on the content hill internally by getting rid of my previous save. So... I could make trip cheaper, but then I lose access to it as soon as it's used, which works into high metabolism for us. But here's the thing, if I work the synergy too hard between my creatures, especially using Consume, the second one part of that synergy dies, that entire mechanism falls flat on its face. So I think I'm gonna not make everything Consume. Because we've already had enough casualties today that I have no illusions about my creatures being immortal. Okay, this is a fight I'm familiar with as well, and I'm not happy to see it. Especially not with a draw like that. Calculating. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it that way. You could do your own block, but it wouldn't be as good, so... we'll just shield off that turn. Note the poison buildup. That's why I'm upset about this fight. It's another poison fight, because this game loves its poison. This is potentially gonna be really bad. I need to be careful how I do this. And this is why I was worried about getting a lot of more expensive cards. Because situations like that happen. Where you've got impetus left and you can't use it. Note the fact that he's already in danger of dying. I wish the Baba went, but unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to make that happen quite yet. That one isn't even going to die either. That's upsetting. Okay. Tail Drum. Defend him. He's gonna be in a really bad position is the biggest problem here. Apply Weaken to you to lower the amount of damage you're outputting. Okay, now he's only gonna lose 9 health. That's a better position to be in. Problem is, by trying to keep Regret alive, which I kind of have to do, I'm perpetually on the back foot in this fight. Until I clean out more of the Babagons. This is the exact same problem I had when I had this fight show up when I was playing offline. I drew no card draw, no defense, anything. It's okay though because they split their damage, so it actually kind of works out. Get your defense back up. Get your defense up higher. Just splatter him. Buy the vulnerable. Go nuts with quick attacks. We're still pulling this back. This is going to be okay. It's just gonna get really dicey for Regret 2 here. That's a kill. Okay. Things are stabilizing. Because we have exactly enough block to get rid of the poison on him. Keep that block train rolling. Calculating. Yeah, I can safely do that. I can't go for the kill right now because it's got way too much health. As much as I would love to just end this. Get you that 31 block. Cut its attack again. We'll just set up for the future. It is building its own block up, so I do need to do something about that soon. Because otherwise this poison's gonna reach an untenable point. But I'm kind of having to do a delicate dance here. So I basically need to keep him just ahead of the damage that's coming out. Or we end up with a situation like this. This is fine though. This is what anti-venom is for. Yeah, he'll live now. Problem is we didn't gain any ground this turn. I think we're still losing Regret 2 here unless I can really go crazy soon. Because because we just keep getting the wrong hand. 'Cause I'm losing momentum is the issue. This is why I hate being in these fights that leave me on the back foot the whole time. Nope, that's still death. And no, he's done. He's dead. There's nothing I can do. This sucks. He's dying to a bad draw. That's literally what's happened here. It's always so fucking garbage when that happens, but... Problem is, we're still gonna be on the back foot. Oh, wait, he didn't. Oh! I changed the threat and dynamics so he wasn't actually targeted anymore. He's actually still in this, then. I didn't even realize I did that, because brain just kind of fell down a hole there. I need the card draw off these quick attacks. Actually, no, I don't. Rip her apart. There we go. We lived. Everyone lived. Whew. Walking the razor's edge of disaster that entire fight again. Fucking hell. That's why I'm always nervous about doing hard and higher fights, is you end up with situations like that where you are just like walking the tightrope the entire time. Yeah, I need higher block on tail drum. No. I could get you another Full of Fury, but it doesn't really help without the upgrade that gives you the quick attacks. But then again, I can't get to that if I don't pick it. Yes. 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 Yes, 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 yes. That gives me ideas. There we go. We get our good job for making it through hard. And here he comes being creepy again. Let's just take some thoughts out of their minds. Nothing could be wrong with that. And yeah, he just kind of keeps showing up, and he's just a weirdo. And that's where you get a bit more idea of our purpose as well, mentioning that the Hellish missions are active threats to the city. And that's what the Corpsmen's purpose is to keep control of the monster population so that they don't destroy the city. No. Well, I'm gonna grab the Wise Blue Arms, because if I do have to replace a creature, I would like to have something with actual hands, because I haven't really used those moves much. And sadly, you can't change out parts on something that's been brought to life. Otherwise, I would be replacing parts constantly. None of this would particularly help you at this point. Reroll that shop. We still don't have enough poison to make paralytic cloud useful, but getting first is free doesn't really help. Because it's just an opening move. Timed strike, though. I don't know what timed strike gains as it goes. That might be useful. I'm not sure he's the one who wanted it, but it was kind of a 6 of one, half dozen the other between the two of them. As far as going to the Fugue, I don't think I need to, because the decks are running fine. And Regret 2 is catching up. Obviously, they're never going to fully catch up to Mistake, because Mistake's been here since the beginning. But he's at least gaining some good levels. Let's see, that was a hard wetlands, right? Or was that hard forest? Pretty sure it wasn't the mountains, at least. Currently trying to decide if we can handle Hellish, considering hard was a real razor's edge. Also, I've yet to see anything not short length, nor have I seen any of these salvage or escort missions, so I think they're not implemented yet. Because I didn't see them spawn even after I did a Hellish mission. Which was part of why I pushed to do a Hellish mission off camera, was to see if that unlocked more of what's available or not. Then again, you actually get a marker on each of these places once you do a Hellish mission. I don't think so. Because then again, I've not had a full wipe yet, so I don't know that for sure. And like, I could throw like a handful of random critters together and throw them to death if I really wanted to, but that seems like a cheap way out. What I was gonna say is you get a marker on each of these locations once you successfully do a Hellish mission there, and I did not do one in every location. I had one left. So it may be that you have to do one and get a marker in each spot. And then maybe the game opens up more. I don't know. I still need to get back to Death May Die for a bit longer. It's been a bit since I played it. Nothing but Hellish there. Nothing but hard here. I'm gonna do one more hard and then we'll do a Hellish. And the Hellish will probably be wrap up for the stream, based on how long these have been starting to take. Yeah, that's why I figure maybe it requires clearing all of them, because they give you markers for it, so I'm assuming one of two things happens once you clear all 3 Hellishes. One, a new thing appears and it's like a super boss of some kind, or it opens up more mission types that are presumably more difficult. Those would be the 2 logical answers. And I am in no way convinced it was anything other than fortune that has brought us this far. Like, I've built up a pretty good setup here, but I would not say that it has been primarily skill that has gotten us out of some of the scrapes that we've gotten out of on our way to this point. because there have definitely been some very, very dangerous misplays I've made along the way here. There we go, another one down. I don't want to make it cost more just to get card draw. We'll take the extra damage. Even though damage really isn't the goal with that thing. Yeah, we'll make that free. Even though it makes it consume, that's fine. What happens here? Lieutenant Rolled. Oh, this guy. Yeah, I remember this one. They allow you to reinforce a behavior or cut it down a bit. In this case, regret 2. So you can either remove a card or clone a card. And there is probably a card in here I would like to clone. In this case, I think, actually, I would like to clone Harden. This way he gets twice as much passive block gain. There's gonna be times where that's gonna come up and bite me in the ass, but no matter what card I picked, there'd be a chance that it would come back to bite me. So what do we got? Dread Condor, okay. We've seen Dread Condor. We know what Dread Condor is about. I could have used the warning signs, but I didn't feel the need to. And since it's consumed now, I'm gonna occasionally pocket that instead of spending it. Vulnerable. Smack him out of the air. I've said it before and I'll say it again, I'll never get tired of doing that. So like, oh, look at him flying around, and swat. It is a little unfortunate that I'm not going to get to show off a flyer of our own. But basically how flyers work in this game, other than what you've seen about how when they lose their fly they get stunned, a lot of the flying cards spend fly as a resource. Basically, the card equivalent of how high up in the air you are and things like that. And presumably the logic is when you run out of fly, you crash. Or at least that's how I pictured it, for it to make sense to me. I cannot guarantee that that's the logic they worked off of. That's just where my head took it. I may even be overthinking what they intended for it. Who knows? But I figure the crashing makes it make sense why they get stunned when they stop flying. Whack. Like that. Four passive block a turn. Just keep playing all the cards. Just keep rolling them all out of the deck constantly. Play that. That's ready to level, so I don't need to play that. Play that, so it gets a level. It's kind of sad that Dread Condor is kind of just on farm status at this point. But it really is. It's kind of just the unfortunate state of flyers in this game in general, of one good hit and they are immediately incapable of doing anything. It's just a generally really dangerous position. It's potent. Based on what I experienced having a flyer of my own, it gets quite potent. You just gotta be very careful how you use it. Okay, game, I'll bite. Why am I making... Oh. I had the same mistake with anti-venom before. It becomes apply 5 block and apply 1 toughness, so you basically can give that block to somebody else as well as giving them toughness. I'll take the counter. His anti-venom is more of a save himself move than use that to help somebody else. His anti-venom is predominantly used when he's poisoned to hell and he needs it. That being a 0 cost is good for him. That helps make it easier for him to use it. 10 damage, clone it to the draw pile instead of the discard. Or gain card draw. Go ahead and put it in the draw pile. Why does this keep showing up? I almost wanted to fill the deck with high metabolism just to see how high his strength can get. But that's not the level of memeing we can really work with right now. That will end in disaster. Terror birds. They look basically the same as the plated ones, just with less armor. So I guess they're probably the same species, just different subspecies. And they're certainly doing the same opening gambit of attack for 10 each. Right out the gate. Yeah, I spent my stuff wrong. And wrong draw, so can't kill either. Well, taking damage from my mistakes. And this is also why I'm saying that the Hellish run's probably going to be the last run of the day. Because I can tell the brain's starting to fog out. There's only so long you can run something like this before it starts to glaze over a bit. Yikes. Now the good news is we can take him out. And that'll drastically reduce the damage coming in, so that's fine. Hit you with the rapid dash. I didn't discard anything, so I don't get the impetus back. But that's okay, because all the damage will be taken just fine there, and I don't need to worry about anything. Sometimes I get a little ahead of the game. You can see me grab a card and it doesn't move. Punk. I do kind of hope that this game will implement a fast mode, kind of like Slay the Spire has, where a bunch of things get skipped and it just happens more instantaneously. Okay, that gains retain. Or card draw. Always card draw. I want to have as many options as I can get. Oh, I guess we're just getting an extra attack. Okay, that's fine. I see. Same usual opening moves. Use that to have one more consume used before attacking. I should have used that first though, because that was one more consume, which would have raised his strength a bit more, but it's fine. I don't know how scary these are. They don't have a ton of health. And they of course fly. And I drew none of my AoEs, because of course I didn't. At the very least, you sit the fuck down. And you just don't hit as hard. There we go. kind of funny. In a lot of games, I would always rather not deal with flyers. In this game, I'd rather deal with flyers all day, every day. Lots of attacks are coming at you this turn, so go ahead and turn the other cheek. Get all that block back from them. Pop him in the face. There we go. There we go. He basically didn't lose any block to speak of. There's the AoE that I was looking for. This way we knock one out of the air. Poison the one with a good amount of health and block. He'll get chewed down by that. This is the Full of Fury that doesn't help at the moment, so we're gonna leave that one alone. Ambush is maxed out already, so go ahead and just take the strength. Out comes the tail whip to screw their whole day up some more. Punch him into pudding. Julian his fries. And we played out our entire hand. I don't get to do that often because I have so much card draw. Now we've lost threat. It's okay. Just get threat back, give you some shield just in case we slip up again. I was definitely getting lackadaisical with these birds, so it was inevitable something was gonna go wrong. And at least in this case, it was a minor wrong. Oh hey, it's been a while. He became more stubborn. Great. That's the opposite of what I wanted out of you. You did gain charge, though. You already get enough attack momentum. No, you don't need that. He probably ended up getting more stubborn because of me using Bloody that one more time. Which, this is another way to get more quick attacks that are free to use. Give everybody a snack, and off we go. I forget what these are called. I used to know what type of dinosaurs these were, and I just cannot think of it right now. It upsets me that I don't remember. Well, either way, they're about to be extinct, so I guess I shouldn't worry too much about what they are. Get punched. Oh, well that's upsetting. You just slammed your face into his face and now neither of you can think straight. This just goes to show that I probably should get rid of Exsanguinate. Is look at the fact that it's never been used. This is what happens when you have a 3-cost card in a setup like I've got. Unless it's a necessary card, 3 costs just don't get played. Because I've got too many other cards that would do the same job that cost less, basically. There we go, spend all these cards and then punch him in the face. There we go, another upgrade for this Claude Fury. I thought it was the same one upgrading again. Deal more damage. Sure. No, you don't need any of those. I mean, a naturally occurring paralytic cloud I'll take in case it ends up becoming useful. I just was not convinced enough to pay for it. But since we do chuck out poison when we can, the paralytic cloud can be used at least. The other high metabolism comes out. Oh no. This Condor doesn't know what he walked into. He is gonna have such a bad day. He walked up into the wrong fucking neighborhood. Rip, tear, rend, crush, kill, destroy. Start working full of fury around. Finally use Exsanguinate, just because I feel bad that's never been used. Harden up, knock you out of the air so you don't do whatever it was you're thinking about doing. Because I don't really care what it was you were thinking about doing, just don't. Have you considered don't? Keep poisoning him. Thump thump goes the tail. Slap slap goes his face. Nom 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 nom. Thud. Go ahead and use up this open mind so it gains a level. May as well just use this one too. He ain't long for this world. Whack whack. Okay, that makes it a starting move. Now, make it cheaper. Making it cheaper makes it a lot more likely for me to actually use it. I don't want him gaining Threaten off of that, so we'll give it Retain. Wait. Wait. 4 damage, 1 threaten, 2 momentum, lose 2 momentum. 4 damage, 1 threaten, gain 2, lose 2. The fuck's the point of this upgrade? Hang on, hang on. Am I crazy? That is 4122, and this one is 4122. But this one costs 1, this one doesn't. What? Would anybody like to explain? Yeah, it has to be an error. I'm just so fucking confused. Well, bear in mind that the upgrades can layer differently, so it might be that this version of the upgrade isn't supposed to be on this path. I mean, either way, it's guaranteed to be that one. Well, I'm just not gonna take the bad version, because I've seen the other version, the one I just picked before, so I know that's supposed to be there. The other one is questionable. Not that there's any world in which I'd take the other one anyway. Okay, so I either gain 1 more threaten or gain 4 more block. I want more block. I mean, a silly mistake like that is arguably inevitable. And at least it's a minor non-game breaking mistake. And it's just one of those, I'll just send that clip to the devs after we're done tonight and go, hey, you got a bit of an error here. You might want to fix that. It's not critical, just like, hey, notice that this is a thing. Like, the game's not gonna explode if they don't fix it, but ideally they should fix it. Consume this first. Consume this. There goes another hand. Whack, whack. Whack, whack. I mean, he's only got a little bit of poison on him, but just so we at least get to use Paralytic Cloud. There we go, he's gotten weakened. Yay! Paralytic Cloud did something. Oh, there he goes, charging his laser. Oh no. He's getting stronger. Ah. I'm waiting for the moment where I make a joke like that and it literally fires a laser out of its mouth and just obliterates me. Like, I just pay for my sins in the most glorious fashion possible. That is a death I would 100% accept, by the way, and die laughing. Because that would just be so good. He's getting stronger. Oh no. It's a pity for him that he's also dying horribly. Yep, just go ahead and keep taking all those, that's fine. He's up to 40 charge. It's a real shame he's not gonna live to use it. Part of me wants to let him live long enough to see what that attack number looks like, but no. I'm not that much of a fool. Because somehow my card draw is gonna land in such a way that I wouldn't be able to stop him, and somebody would get obliterated. I'm not that stupid. I know how the punchline for that joke goes, and I don't feel like being the butt of that joke right now. Because if we ended up with something like that happening, we then wouldn't get to do the hellish run that I want to show you guys. Actually, go ahead and make that 2 for that exchange. That's fine. Put this card on the top of... Put it on top of the deck or clone it. I feel like I'd rather be put on the top of the deck rather than cloning to hand, because it just doesn't do enough damage on its own to make cloning to hand worth it. Though then again, top decking could... Thank you, he finally gets his own high metabolism. It only took till near the end of the stream for that to show up. Look, Paralytic Cloud, you just got to do something. That doesn't mean I need 2 of you. Thank you for showing up, but get the fuck out of my sight. Get out of here. Get out of here, you crazy card. And of course now, of course, as soon as I got it naturally, now it's in the shop. Why must you be this way, game? Why? Do I do it? Do I give both of them 2 copies of high metabolism? If I do that, they both will ramp crazy hard with their attacks, which is incredible. Like, that will be very, very powerful. But there's a very real chance that it backfires. I mean, yeah. It can backfire by it showing up exactly when I need literally any other card. And you end up handlocked because it doesn't help anything in that moment. Every card you put in could potentially block you from getting a different card. That's the worry I'm constantly fighting with doing this. Say I need a card to finish a target off, and then all I get is that instead. Or I'm very tight on impetus, and I draw it, and it blocks me from using my other card since it has alpha. There's very real situations where this is gonna blow up in my face. All hellish all the time, 2 hellish, 1 hard, 2 hellish, 1 hard. Which one do I think would be the most doable on hellish? It's probably the forest or the mountains, because the wetlands is the most prone to poison. And poison on hellish is going to be super sketchy. The scariest thing is I can get those 3 gray, like, saber cat things over here in the mountains. If I get those, we're in trouble. And I know I'm jinxing myself by saying that, but I have to think this process out. Also, I would like to point out, since there's these 2 spaces here, presumably they're planning on adding 2 more zones at some point. Or they open up when you do the 3 hellish maps. But that wouldn't make sense considering this one borders Summerly. I'm gonna trust my gut and go to the mountains, because there's also a high amount of flyers here, which I have good control for most of the time. I think this is the best choice. Monkey. I didn't notice that Tantrum gained alpha. I might have wanted to remove that. Oh boy, that could be a problem later. That's just one of those things I'm gonna have to deal with now, because I did not pay attention to it. Because that could easily end up being another situation where he gets hand-locked. Like, things like charge hand-locking him is fine because it costs 0, so it's easy to get rid of. Anything that has a cost could easily end up completely hand-locking him on a turn, and I don't like that idea. Also, I dropped Threaten, and I am a fool. Ow, ow, ow. I'm glad I went in a direction that has a campfire soon. You know, if I'm playing like this already. Okay, they both have high metabolism running now, so they'll both gain strength. But we went through a decent chunk of our consume cards already. You know, aside from these quick attacks. And now you get to see why I wanted this combined with Frenzy. Is they just start chewing through things' health bars. He almost took himself out there. Like that. Didn't need to play that at all, but I'm playing it for fun. Throw that over there and pop. Monkey parts. Okay. Oh, good. An upgrade for Harden. 3 or add an unyielding when you play it. Go ahead and take 3 block a turn. Because we're not going to have the spare impetus to be just playing random summoned cards that aren't dropped to 0. We'll take the other fight because I'm still nervous about events biting me in the ass. Not that this won't. Okay, we've seen these before. We know what to do with these. Admittedly, we've seen those apes before, but we hadn't seen 3 of them together before. Okay, there's his high metabolism as well, so we'll play both of those. This way they both start getting their train rolling. They don't attack first turn, so we can kind of play around a little bit and get our engine rolling. And this is the kind of situation I was afraid of. Where we're now going to take needless damage because hand drew in a bad way. And we have no card draw to account for it with. Like, that's the best we're going to be able to do in that situation. We're about to go to a fire, but we also have not been gaining much flesh right now. So I'm not entirely sure how this is actually going to pan out for us yet. You still have 2 threaten, but I don't trust it. There we go, hit all of them. Hit all of them again. I'm gonna take a little bit of damage there, but that was worth it for the damage clocking, I would say. Stun you down. Stun you down. This was a sloppy fight. Oh yeah, he has a lot of block. He'll die, so just hit him and get rid of him. I, for some reason, wandered off from my idea of focus fire. Like, we just ended up with this entire fight that was just off kilter for some reason. I suppose this adds to the danger, doesn't it? Me playing sloppily while on the most dangerous difficulty setting the game has. It adds a certain amount of tension. Nope. Nope. Hey, you're right. How you doing? Go feed them their pounds of flesh, and we'll just have to make do. Yeah, Regret 1 wasn't so good. That's why there's a Regret 2, considering, you know, death. And I feel you on the mush brain, because I've kind of been burning brain in a little hard here. We know what the hardhead it does, but we don't know what a gyps does. It is a flyer though, so we can kind of keep it under control, but I'm still concerned. Okay, you have 3 set threatened, so I can safely use one of these. I don't think he'd be able to get away with using both of them. I mean, you at least gotta play them in moderation. Yeah, you can't go too crazy with them or you will burn your brain out. Like, there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. Go ahead and set those up to be upgraded after this fight's over. Knock it off, you. I feel that. Like, well, sense would tell me to stop, but what if I did the thing that doesn't make sense? You know, just consider that world in which I just keep doing the thing. What a world we'd be living in. Here, there's both high metabolisms for him. Oh, an AoE poison move. Neat. See, this is the fun thing about playing open mind, is I can actually see cards I wouldn't otherwise have ever gotten to see. Oh hey, there's the other high metabolism. There we go. Wait. Play the tail whip. Play the shall not pass. Now kill him. Gotta get that value. My biggest concern is not having enough food to feed them in order to heal them. Hit 3 times? Oh yes. Yes. But the way they stack up damage, 3 times is going to be devastating. Gain 4 counter or gain 2 more damage and block. 2 more damage and block, definitely. There we go. I entertained the idea of the event for a second, and then good sense kicked in again and went, Admittedly, good sense is telling me that this may have been a bad idea. On the bright side, that's 1 saber deer wiped out. Out straight off. Go ahead and give you the block. Go ahead and send a quick attack out. Of course you draw Full of Fury now that you have nothing to play, and it's not the one that generates the quick attacks for him to use. Alright, just apply some defense to him too then. I was hoping to get something that would give him threaten, but it just didn't happen. But all of that gets absorbed and everything's fine. Now we just start ripping through them. weaken the one that's attacking, and give you enough defense to weather the attack. Oh, there's all the taunt moves, of course. Now, you may as well trip them at this point. I mean, tripping is unsportsmanlike, but you know what? I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about more protein. Anyway, that was a fight that happened. And I suppose fighting more opponents probably does lead to a higher pound of flesh reward, so there's that. 34 block. I mean, it's a lot of weaken, but he doesn't attack particularly, so weaken is useless. I could start applying 2 weak or make it cheaper but consume. I'll make it cheaper but consume. With the way his deck's set up, that's absolutely exactly what I want. This consuming is okay. No. Triple tri-horn goats, huh? 2 of them wasn't too bad. 3 might actually prove to be an issue. We'll find out. Get our attack boost rolling. The fact that we cut one of them in half already makes me a lot less concerned. They're gonna output a lot of damage this turn. But it's okay because we get yet more block. Not quite what I wanted to draw here, but it's okay. Keep generating more block. Well, that's a shame to see that now that I can't use it, but it's okay. I almost left card draw on the table, and that would have been a shame. There's his high metabolism, so his attack boost starts rolling. Oh, game, you spoil me. All of the cards to consume. We're just gonna go nuts. And we are very rapidly running out of the capacity to go nuts, but, you know. We at least got to exercise our God-given right to go crazy. Go ahead and toss some poison to you, and there we go. Everything's fine. Consume all. Nom 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 nom. Just rip delicious chunks off the goats. Nom 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 nom. You know, it's times like this I really wonder if these things just really got done dirty by being set up against me. Because really, I just don't think they knew what they were getting when they walked over here. They show up looking for a fight, and suddenly they're in pieces on the floor. To shreds, you say? There we go. That was worth a lot of meat. This will keep it 2 cost and give me some more weakening, so that's a good thing. Just apply more damage. Beefy. Start making up for that HP loss he's got going. I'll happily take an extra quick attack because they remove themselves. This is fine as is. I feel like they throw more events around. Oh, it's the Harvester again. What do you got this time? Oh god, it's the Phantom Shrooms again. And Mistake's eating the mushrooms again. He's gonna be tripping balls again. But it's a good thing because it's the copy thing again. But it's just like, god damn it. Why you gotta keep tripping balls? What if? What if? Because there's a world in which I just take an extra high metabolism starting card. No. Though, that gives me an idea. This is a dangerous idea, but I did just give him back 3 health. So what if we took another 7 health off of him and gave him 3 more strength at the start? What if he starts every fight with 6 strength? He only has 35 hit points. Oh no. And now he's not gonna get to attack either. Oh, it definitely is because of exactly what this is gonna mean. Yeah, you can tell I'm taking pure glee at the devastation I'm going to cause with that power. There's a casual 30 damage. I mean, sure, just play. Okay, I was gonna say play the whole hand, and then more cards kept coming up as I kept taking cards with card draw. You know, 17 damage for 1 cost. You know, that's fair and reasonable, right? That's fair and balanced. To be fair, riding that high did get regret hurt a bit. But it's fine. We can heal him. It'll be okay. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. It's not the first time he's been rebuilt. So gain 3 attack momentum, lose 3 block momentum, or deal twice as much damage. Now, bigger momentum swing. I'm just gonna take the regular fight though, because we do have injuries, and we're about to go into a hellish boss fight. I'd rather be in good shape for that. Technically, I think the elite would get us more meat, but it's higher risk. You know, typical higher risk in exchange for higher reward, as all should expect. I have made a mistake. And mistake is going to pay for my mistake. True. That's a shame. Well, he'll have more healing to do, but that's okay. Not the card I meant to grab, but you know what? I was gonna use that anyway. I was reaching for the card over here and I caught that card as it was coming across. I didn't know I could do that. Whip him out of this reality. The fact that they don't have a cap on how high your strength can get is concerning. Because I would have figured 10 would have been the cap, but as you can see, mistakes up to 13. So, I don't think there's a limit. 14. That would have been 15 as our enemy died there. There we go, everybody's at full health going into the boss fight. Let's see what we got. I hate being right. I hate being right. God damn it, of course it's these three. As soon as I mentioned that they existed and they'd be the dangerous one, I knew this is exactly what I was getting. Goddamn jinxed myself again, because I can't stop doing that. We're in a better position to fight them this time, but it's not gonna be pretty still. Yeah. Doesn't have to be. It's going to be, but it doesn't have to be. Okay, there we go. He absorbs the hits again. He's doing his job admirably. Yeah, you'll notice we're actually killing one of them reasonably quickly this time instead of just getting devastated. Not that Regret 2 is in a great position here. He is definitely getting chewed on hardcore. But that's a very good amount of block he just swung into here, so he should be okay for a bit. And he's absorbing all of the weakening they're doing for the most part, so that's good news. I mean, he's obviously not absorbing all of it, because you can see that they're getting some weakening. But they're working through it. There's the other harden I needed. Okay. So now he's getting 6 block a turn. And we're about to get rid of one of them. Here's where it starts getting sketchy, though. Okay, I need to think. This generates 11 block, this generates 9, that'll be 20. And they're dealing 44. The 20 block would be enough to keep him alive. But if I just kill this one, that takes 26 of the damage off the table. Which already was accounted for. Oh, he was gonna die to poison or something, wasn't he? And I just didn't read that right. I have a plan. If I hit them with 3 weaken, that brings each of their attacks down to 8 each. Which means each of them will be doing 16, that'll be 32. Actually, no, it's 10% less, so it'll be probably less than that. But I don't know if it rounds up or down. And on the 10%. No, hang on. I have another card draw to use first. That doesn't help. That's enough to keep him alive. And this way he'll return fire a bit. I'll just have to be real careful next turn. If they have too much health left for me to be able to, like, run one of them down. This is exactly the hand I was scared of, but thankfully they're not attacking this turn, so this is actually the perfect time for this hand to show up. Burn more of these cards that would potentially get in the way of us getting what we need. Ooh. Not what I wanted. That brings the damage down to 48. Nope. Goodbye, Regret 2. You served us well. They do too much damage for how much health they have. The good news is, here's the catch though. Look at Mistaken Sister's strength. Since it consumed his entire deck when he died, they're now turbocharged. So his death is not in vain. Much like what happened last time we fought these things, we're about to go crazy. It's vengeance time, motherfucker. Like I said, his sacrifice was not in vain. That level of power turnaround is ridiculous. But unfortunately, there's gonna be a lot of grinding to build up a replacement. But that said, we've been going for 5 hours and I'm kind of cooked at this point. But you get to see the scene for having finished a hellish mission, which was the entire point. You've basically seen every difficulty I know about for the game and how it scales. So you all have a very accurate estimate, give or take, of how this game plays out in case you want to play it yourselves. Were there ways to avoid getting Regret 2 killed? Possibly. Part of it would have involved clearing some of the cards out of the decks to make sure that we didn't get jammed up as badly. Because we absolutely had some log jamming happen. So we definitely could have cleared some of those cards out and avoided having that happen. But I don't think at the end of the day it would have mattered too much. Yeah, exactly. He kind of got lucky a couple too many times. Is when we first had him, he was almost dead a couple times, and then there was the hard mission where he barely scraped out alive, and this time he flew a little too close to the sun. And just failed to get away with it that time. Absolutely. I'm glad people were enjoying this one. Because I picked this up mostly for a matter of, like, just having fun in my off time with it, and then I realized, nah, I feel like people should see this. And, well, now people have seen it. I don't think I would stream it again, aside from, like, maybe a segment here and there to do a run or two, since the runs do take a little bit. and I'm not sure there's that much else to see now. Like, that one's a bit of a toss-up. I know, crazy. We never do things like that. That's not how this works. Yeah, you know what? We'll go over there. So, funny thing, I was offered a chance to join my friend Lucia for a Lethal Company e-lobby she was running. But it's kind of like a community day she's doing. And I just knew I was not gonna have the social battery for that, and then running a collab tomorrow and then my own lobby on Saturday. This had come up because I brought up the fact that I was running a lobby on Saturday and invited her to it. But the way I look at it, at the very least I can participate in my own way of throwing some support that way. I figure that balances the scales nicely. So, with all that said, thank you all for taking the time to be here. This was a lot of fun, and I hope that I can dig up more things that y'all don't know about that you'll enjoy seeing. Tomorrow will be slightly earlier. I'll be playing Gunfire Reborn with Xeno. I picked up the DLC, but it's currently sounding like she will not have it, so we'll be seeing two separate perspectives sort of on that one. Thankfully, that is still compatible just fine. And then, as I already revealed, there's the Lethal Company lobby on Saturday that I'll be running in place of 7 Days to Die, since we are down at least one player this week. With all of that said, I'm gonna pass you on over there. Hopefully you have a good time watching, Lucia, and I will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.